Chapter 22:10. How could she bear to let her lover, who treated her so well, suffer by himself? How could it not hurt when such a big injury was left behind? She wasn't by his side when it hurt the most. Now that he was back and had entered the recovery period, her heart ached regardless of whether he was in pain or not. No matter how much he pampered her, she was willing to do so. He doted on her, and she naturally had to dote on him too. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was picking up pickles with his chopsticks, paused. He was moved by Yi Qian's heartfelt words. Commander-in-Chief Xia calmly picked up a mouthful of pickles and placed it on top of the steamed bun. He smiled and said, "If both of you are fine, then there won't be any pain. As long as one of you is injured, the other must be heartbroken. So, the final solution is for both of you to be safe and not worry about each other too much." There was no father who wouldn't feel distressed when they saw their son injured. He was also very distressed. He even didn't dare to look at the injury on his son's waist. Major General Yang from the army told him that his sixth son was injured again. He could clearly feel his body shaking. His heart ached when his son was injured, but this heartache had to be carefully hidden because he was the commander-in-chief. Because both father and son were soldiers, soldiers had to be aware of injuries and sacrifices. How could they always show it on their faces? His heart ached because he couldn't accompany his son, so he let Xiaoyi accompany him. With Xiaoyi accompanying him, as a father, he could rest assured. Now that he heard her words again, it actually made his eyes sting. "Little brat, you're luckier than me. You have good taste. You found a wife who dotes on you and dotes on you. Don't worry, we won't let ourselves get injured easily. Captain Xia and I have already agreed that we won't let each other worry, and we won't let you worry either." The last sentence was added by Yi Qian at the last minute. At that time, the agreement, he didn't expect the commander-in-chief. How could Commander-in-Chief Xia not know? He didn't point it out, but he felt very comfortable listening to it. Her appetite wasn't very good, but with Yi Qian accompanying her, she ate 2 steamed buns, a roll, and a bowl of millet porridge. Xia Jinyuan, who came out with water vapor, raised his eyebrows and smiled when he saw this. "Your appetite isn't bad, it's too good. You can eat 2 steamed buns, a roll, and a bowl of millet porridge. Aren't you afraid that you'll be full?" He was worried, so he asked the guards to find a doctor. He was already 60 years old, so he had to pay attention to his health. He was in a good mood and his stomach was moving well. The doctor said that everything was fine and that they were worrying too much. "You're afraid that I'll eat too much, you unfilial son. Don't you know the rules?" After breakfast, Xia Jinyuan, who was lying in bed to get in 4 drip, quickly glanced at Yi Qian, who was clearing the table, and then said in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you that this matter isn't urgent? Our team is full of majors. What's the difference whether or not they get a title? They're all majors anyway. Since they've been promoted in the file, it's settled. Why bother with a ceremony?" Xia Jinyuan didn't mention this matter to Yi Qian, nor did he think of telling Yi Qian. Who knew that Commander-in-Chief Xia would say it out loud without any hint, so he almost couldn't take it back. By saying that there was no ceremony, Yi Qian, who didn't know what was going on, believed him. Chapter 22:11. Why did he reject the promotion ceremony? How could he skip such a solemn ceremony? No matter how low his voice was, she could still hear him. She had not finished packing up the things in her hands. Yi Jianjian smiled and said, "Captain Xia, I want to watch you receive your rank. Is that okay?" She looked at him with sparkling eyes. "Major to lieutenant colonel, right? You only get promoted once every few years. How can you skip the ceremony? I haven't seen you receive your rank yet." There were 3 times a soldier could show off his charisma when he enlisted. First, the first day of enlistment, when he put on his uniform. Second, the rank and gun awarding ceremony. Third, the military rank promotion ceremony. She couldn't see Captain Xia's first day of enlistment or his rank and gun awarding. Now that she could see his military rank promotion, she couldn't miss it. "You didn't attend the military rank promotion ceremony because you didn't have time?" Yi Qian was very interested and couldn't help but ask another question. Actually, she also wanted to ask if it was because of the Snowfield Brigade's rules. She knew the Snowfield Brigade's rules. Before leaving the Snowfield Brigade, one's military rank would never change. For example, when Pigeon and J5 put on their uniforms, their military rank would be marked as Major. If she was lucky enough to enter the Shuiyu Brigade after graduation, and if she could be promoted to Major in 3 years, then she would always be a Major when she wore a formal uniform, and her official rank would be like Captain Xia, secretly promoted to Lieutenant Colonel, but still a Major on the surface. She didn't quite understand why he did this. Xia Jinyuan looked at Yi Qian. He originally wanted to suppress his military rank, but after hearing Yi Qian's words, he changed his mind. Okay, I agree. Okay, come over for the meeting tomorrow. You and your comrades will be there too. Commander-in-Chief Xia nodded. He rushed over early in the morning mainly because of this matter. Since he agreed, there was no need for him to stay. He then said to Yi Qian, Xiao Yi, come over with him tomorrow. Coincidentally, the nurse in charge of giving Xia Jinyuan an anti-inflammatory drip came over. Commander-in-Chief Xia stood up to leave, and Yi Qian hurriedly stood up to see him off. If it were any other time, the commander-in-chief would definitely not allow Yi Qian to drive him. But this time, he did not refuse. Instead, he said, Xiao Yi, send him to my car. I want to talk to you on the way. All right, please. Yi Qian did not notice that the man behind him was winking at Commander-in-Chief Xia as he respectfully escorted the Commander-in-Chief out of the ward. Xia Jinyuan wanted to chase after Yi Qian, but Commander-in-Chief Xia shot him a look and he could only watch helplessly as Yi Qian left the ward. What would they say when they got out? He could more or less guess the answer. After hearing the whole story, Yi Qian's heart palpitated. She had no idea that Captain Xia could have been promoted to Lieutenant Colonel last year, but he had been holding back because he wanted to be promoted at the same time as her. Sixth brother is very stubborn. I was very worried before I came here, but who knew that you could change his mind with just a few words? Xiao Yi, I'll leave the important task of disciplining sixth brother to you from now on. If he does anything wrong, you can discipline him well. If anything happens, I'll take responsibility. Yi Qian, whose heart had already flown back to the ward, calmed his palpitations and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I'll definitely see to it that he's promoted to Lieutenant Colonel. I'll never allow him to delay something as important as his promotion because of me. She was very touched. Her man had secretly done many things for her that she didn't know about. Every one of them could shock her for a long time. For her, he had sacrificed too much. How could he accept that even his military career would be delayed by her? Chapter 22:12. There was a lot to talk about, so Commander-in-Chief Xia did not take the elevator. Instead, he took Yi Qian and the guards from the 8th floor to the 1st floor. The guards in front turned on the sensor lights and kept 8 steps away from Commander-in-Chief Xia. This way, they could keep an eye on their surroundings and not disturb the conversation between the Commander-in-Chief and Yi Qian. When it came to business, the Commander-in-Chief's voice was very serious. I'm relieved to have you with me. The conferment of ranks is not a small matter, but it is related to your future promotion, experience, and qualifications. After all, the two of you can't stay in the special forces forever. When you reach a certain age, you will retire to the second line. At that time, your qualifications and experience will be related to your promotion. Don't force or snatch things that don't belong to you. However, if it's something that belongs to you, you have to hold on to it. It's related to your future and you can't let your guard down. Sixth brother doesn't have much ambition. He can stay in the special forces for the rest of his life. He really likes his current profession and is willing to dedicate his life to it. However, Xiao Yi, even if I support your decision, the two of you can't stay in the special forces forever. I also have my own selfish motives. I hope that the two of you can go further and wider on this road. Your promotion will affect your future military career. Xiao Yi, I hope you can understand your father's arrangement. Yi Qian not only understood, but he also fully supported it. She was very touched by Xia Jinyuan's sacrifice, but the price was too high. It was too high for her to bear. How could he give up his promotion because of her? How could she become a stumbling block to his future? Back in the ward, Yi Qian saw that the man who had not slept all night had closed his eyes and seemed to have fallen asleep. He did not go in immediately. Instead, he stood quietly at the door and gazed at him gently. Captain Xia, you've done so much for me. I can only use my life to accompany you. You're holding back your promotion because I once said, as long as you wait for me, I will definitely catch up with you. That's why you're holding back your promotion. Back then, you said those words before our relationship was clear. At that time, you remembered them in your heart and put them into action. Captain Xia. How can I not love you deeply? How can I not spoil you, indulge you, and let you do whatever you want? Why aren't you coming in? My dad must have told you about my promotion. Xia Jinyuan opened his eyes and looked at her gently. Come here and lie on the bed with me. Yi Qian closed the door and hugged his arm as he lay there quietly. After a while, he said softly, Captain Xia, don't stop for me. I'll try my best to catch up with you. I'll try my best to be by your side. Yes, I won't do it again. He lowered his head and kissed the top of her head. The tough soldier's heart was as soft as water. I will always walk in front so that you can see me. I won't get lost. Okay, remember what you said today. Never stop because of me. I'm very touched, but I don't like it. I don't want to be your hindrance, I just want to be your motivation. I will definitely catch up to you. You said that we will walk side by side. You must believe that I have the ability to walk side by side with you. Okay? Yes, I've always believed in my little fox. Xia Jinyuan closed his eyes and spoke softly. He was a little tired. As he spoke, his eyes became heavy and his voice became lower and lower. Chapter 22:13. Yi Qian knew that this was the effect of the sleeping medicine. Before the commander-in-chief got into the car, he told her that he had spoken to the doctor and prescribed some sleeping medicine. This was good. He would be able to have a good night's sleep. Yi Qian, who was not sleepy, picked up a military book and slowly flipped through it. From time to time, she would look up to see if the drip bottle was still empty. She listened to the ticking sound of the clock ticking as she enjoyed their time together. When Li Jinyan arrived, he saw a scene that even he could not bear to disturb. He paused for a moment, then took out an old photo from his pocket and glanced at it. A strange light flashed across his cold eyes as he raised his hand and gently knocked on the tightly shut door. Yi Qian was a little surprised to see him. They had just met yesterday. With Li Jinyan's busy schedule, he did not have much time to come to the hospital. Yi Qian gently moved Xia Jinyuan's long arm away from her waist and quietly got out of bed. Li Jinyan pointed outside, motioning for her to come out and talk. Yi Qian closed the door and smiled naturally. Are you on annual leave? Why are you so free? I'm not on vacation. I'm here for a meeting to get promoted like him. Li Jinyan's cold eyes had an unusual light smile. It was very gentle, but there was a deeper meaning behind it. You'll be there tomorrow, right? He had specially come to look for her. Even if he was not free, he had to squeeze in some time. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's smile deepened. Captain Xia told me that you were officers from the same period. You even participated in military training together. After that, you went to the Navy, and he went to the Army. I didn't expect you to get promoted at the same time. Fate runs deep. My fate with you runs deeper. Hearing her words, Li Jinyan's cold, handsome face had a deep smile. His gaze was fixed on the face in front of him. He slowly said, besides the fate of fighting side by side, Yi Qian, we have an even deeper fate. An even deeper fate? Yi Qian did not understand. What do you mean by an even deeper fate? Look at this picture. Taking out the old photo from his pocket, Junyan's cold face softened a little. You must know her and be very familiar with her, right? It wasn't a question, but a certainty. Yi Qian was stunned when she took the photo. Of course, she recognized the woman in the military uniform in the photo. That was her mother. Her mother had sacrificed herself when she was very young. Why was her mother's photo in Li Jinyan's hands? Why would there be such a photo? Li Jinyan handed the photo over and stared intently at Yi Qian, afraid that he would miss the slightest expression on her face. When he saw the shock on her face the moment she saw the photo, Li Jinyan knew that he was too excited. He was a steady and calm person. No matter how big the matter was, he would not be affected by it. However, this matter had stirred up great waves in his heart. Even his voice was not as cold as usual. Instead, it was calm and had some fluctuations. You look very similar to the woman in the photo. From the first time I saw you, I felt an indescribable sense of familiarity towards you. It was as if I had seen you somewhere before, but I didn't have a deep impression of you. When I found this photo, I knew where I had seen you before. It turns out that the woman in the photo is your mother. Li Jinyan was already very good at controlling his emotions, so he only revealed a little. He did not suddenly reveal the truth. Instead, as he spoke, he observed Yi Qian's expression and slowly told her the truth. Chapter 22:14. Yi Qian's expression changed drastically. In the photo, a young man and woman were cuddling together, wearing old military uniforms. Their heads were leaning against each other. It looked like they were taking a wedding photo. The thought flashed through her mind, but she instinctively chose to avoid it. She chose not to think too deeply about it. Impossible, it's impossible. It's definitely not what I'm thinking. Yi Qian, who was in an uproar, suppressed his doubts and looked up. His eyes were cold as he asked calmly, "Why do you think the woman in the photo is my mother?" Her reaction was a little unusual. Li Jinyan frowned slightly and looked at Yi Jian with a sharp gaze. When she took the photos just now, her reaction was not the same as when she was talking to him now. She was obviously shocked, but now she appeared very calm. Was she testing him? Or did she not want to know who her father was at all? Li Jinyan's eyes darkened when he remembered that her father's name was Yi Xinfan in her file. However, he couldn't blame Yi Qian. If his aunt hadn't told Yi Qian about her identity, she wouldn't have known that her biological father was someone else. Yi Qian, she is indeed your mother. Don't you even know your own mother? Li Jinyan realized how tricky the situation was when she refused to acknowledge her own mother. If he told her the truth, she would definitely deny it. This was not the result he wanted. The young woman in the photo was his aunt, whom his grandfather's family had never met. The young man was his uncle, who had only returned to his grandfather's family when he was 10 years old. Li Jinyan, who had deep feelings for his grandfather's family, didn't dare to tell Yi Qian the truth because he didn't know what Yi Qian was thinking. He was afraid that if he said it, it would make it harder for Yi Qian to accept it and push her further away. No, that's impossible. Yi Qian didn't even want to take the photo anymore. He quickly stuffed the photo into Li Jinyan's hands like a hot potato and smiled faintly. Captain Li, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. It's normal for them to be similar. I admit that the woman in the photo does look like my mother, but she's not my mother. You're mistaken. I believe you've seen my file. I have my own parents, but they're both dead. Captain Li, you've got the wrong person. Li Jinyan didn't expect her reaction to be so calm. It was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart, and he became calmer. He slowly put the photo back into his pocket. Just this small action showed how much he treasured this photo. Her reaction was too big. It was not a reaction that she could not accept, but a reaction of disgust. How could he be disgusted? Even if they didn't know each other, they wouldn't hate each other. He was too reckless. He didn't investigate the matter thoroughly before suddenly telling her. Originally, he wanted to tell Xia Jinyuan about it first. However, when he saw Yi Qian, he thought about his grandfather, who was old and couldn't go anywhere. He thought about his grandmother, who passed away with regrets. Then he thought about his mother, who didn't forget to tell him something before she passed away. No matter how calm he was, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Last night, he went to his grandfather's house and played a game of chess with his grandfather. His grandfather, who used to face all kinds of mental and physical blows, sighed to him, "The light of the mulberry elm doesn't shine far. I hope the light of the morning sun is as bright as the time." That moment made him feel sad. Li Jinyan stopped Yi Qian, who was about to go back to the ward. He said calmly, "Yi Qian, can you listen to a story? A story from a long time ago. Can you listen to it before you leave?" Chapter 22:15. The story was too complicated. It was filled with the grief of the parents and how hard life was at that time. Li Jinyan wanted to tell Yi Qian. He wanted her to change her mind after hearing the story. The story is a little long. It's related to a few old people. It might take about half an hour. Please give me half an hour and let me finish, okay? Yi Jian wasn't just resistant. She resisted until now and didn't want to hear a single word from Li Jinyan. Her eyes were cold as she said, "I don't want to hear it. I'm not interested. Let go, Captain Li. Why won't you listen? Is it because you already have the answer in your heart? Is that why you don't want to listen?" Li Jinyan did not let go. From her eyes, he saw not only disgust, but also sadness and hatred. She really should hate it, because no one knew that her aunt was pregnant with her uncle's child before she left. Yi Qian looked at him calmly. "Captain Li, why should I listen? The story you want to tell has nothing to do with me. Why should I listen? Why should she listen to a story that had nothing to do with her? Her father was Yi Xinfan. There was no one else. If you're here to visit Captain Xia, you'll have to come back later. He needs to rest. I'm sorry, I can't accompany you." She refused to talk about this topic. Li Jinyan saw that she was so insistent. A trace of sadness flashed across his cold face. Then he stepped aside and said calmly, "I'm sorry to disturb you. That's because you're too similar to my aunt and my uncle. My grandfather's family has never seen my aunt, and this is the only photo my aunt left of my uncle. Before my grandmother died, she grabbed my mother's hand, hoping that my mother would bring my aunt home. Unfortunately, my mother couldn't find my aunt until she passed away. I'm sorry. I was too anxious and disturbed you." Yi Qian, who was holding the door lock, paused. She turned around and nodded slightly at Li Jinyan. "It's okay. That's right. My aunt's name is very different from your mother's name. Maybe I really made a mistake." Li Jinyan took out the photo again and flipped it over to look at the bottom of the photo. The name Hongmei was written on it with a fountain pen. He looked at it for a while, and just as Yi Qian pushed the door open and returned to the ward, he said softly, "Our whole family only knows that aunt's name is Hongmei, but we don't even know her surname." "No, that's not right. You don't even know my mother's real name. Hongmei is just her code name. Like you, her code name is Devil, and like me, her code name is Qing Miao. You don't even know my mother's real name. That man clearly didn't want to marry my mother." After closing the door, Yi Qian was expressionless. He didn't even mention his mother's name to his family. When he left, he didn't even say goodbye to his mother. He just left silently. It was obvious that the man only wanted to play with his mother's feelings. She knew that she wasn't her father's biological daughter. She knew that her mother was already pregnant when she married her father, but so what? Her father's name was Yi Xinfan. He was a simple and honest farmer who had doted on her when she was young. Li Jinyan left. His tall and straight back showed a hint of sadness. He was sad for the past, sad for his grandfather's family. They didn't know that his aunt had given birth to his uncle's child. No one knew, including his uncle. Chapter 22:16. Yi Qian's reaction was a huge blow to Li Jinyan. He immediately woke up from his excitement and stopped talking. He was too anxious just now. He was so anxious that he did not have the evidence to prove that Yi Qian was his uncle's daughter. However, he did not regret it. His grandfather did not have much time left. The light of the mulberry elm does not shine far. I hope the morning sun shines brightly. This was the old man's helplessness. It was also a knot in his heart that he could not let go of for the rest of his life. The old man often said that the ancestors of the Fu family had enjoyed too much and had used up all the good fortune of their descendants. In the end, only one son and one daughter grew up. The first son was his uncle. He only returned to his grandfather's side when he was 10 years old. The second daughter was his mother. She was frail and sickly. She married into the Li family less than 10 years ago and left him sick when he was 8 years old. Fortunately, he had the support of his grandmother. His grandmother, who had lived a rough life, had someone to rely on before she died. Li Jinyan thought about his elderly grandfather and his cousin who he had found. He walked out of the hospital and drove straight to his grandfather's house. Li Jinyan's grandfather was one of the leaders in the development of space, satellites, and missiles. He had laid the foundation for China's strategic missile and led China's national defense technology industry on the right track. Now, he was respectfully called Old Master Fu. Mencius. There was a book in the book, the scholar is old, so he is called master. After thousands of years, the meaning of the word master remained unchanged. It represented strength of character, spirit, heritage, and ideology. Old Master Fu's spirit was not what it used to be. He had suffered too much when he was young. Later, he worked so hard for China's space, satellites, and missiles research that his hair turned white before he was 50 years old. Although he had retired, there were still many guests at his house. They were all scientists in China's space, satellites, and missiles research. Li Jinyan drove over. The housekeeper who was in charge of taking care of Old Master Fu's daily life said softly, "There are 2 guests from the aerospace department who are discussing problems with Old Master Fu in the study. I'm afraid you will have to wait for a while." "Okay, there is no need to disturb Old Master." Li Jinyan closed the door softly and changed into home shoes. The country took very good care of retired scientists. Their food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all top-notch. Old Master Fu liked ancient architecture, so the place where he lived was near a mountain and a river. His furniture and flooring were all made of solid wood, and the interior was decorated in Han style. Walking in was like traveling to another time and space, and when sitting by the window, one could hear the sound of the wind blowing the leaves. After entering the house, Li Jinyan pushed open the wooden sliding door and found a few old photo albums in a row of bookshelves. He sat cross-legged on a thin cushion and slowly flipped through the albums. The album recorded the lives of Old Master Fu and Old Madam Fu, as well as the changes in the Fu family's wealth. Old Master Fu and Old Madam Fu were born in a wealthy family. Both of them were smart and studious. They studied abroad and graduated from MIT and became lovers. Before they were 28 years old, they lived a rich life. From 28 to 35 years old, they faced many difficulties. But no matter how difficult their life was, Old Madam Fu insisted on taking a family photo every year. The family photo started with 1 child, then slowly increased to 2 children, then to 3 children, then to 4 children. Li Jinyan's thin lips gradually tightened because he knew that when he flipped to the next page, the 4 children would be reduced one by one until only his maternal grandfather and his pregnant grandmother were left. 3 uncles and 1 aunt, who he did not have the chance to meet, died one by one because they were homeless and had no money to treat their serious illnesses. Chapter 22:17. After Old Master Fu finished his discussion with the 2 scientists from the Aerospace Institute, he walked to his room with his cane. He had suffered a lot when he was young and had to work day and night after he entered the Aerospace Institute. Now that he was old, he could not walk properly. He even had to use a cane to walk at home. Li Jinyan was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard the door open, he opened his eyes and got up quickly. "Take your time." He helped the old man into the house and helped his gray-haired grandfather to sit down. "You're getting on in years, so you shouldn't worry too much about the Aerospace Academy. Don't worry too much, or your body won't be able to take it. Old Master Fu patted his only grandson on the back of his hand and said kindly, "I don't worry about it. I just talk to him occasionally. Once you're free, if your brain doesn't work and you're lucky enough to get rusty, you might as well use your brain while you can." The old man sat down and saw the photo album on the low table. It had been a long time, and the corners of the photo album were yellowed. Although it was cloudy, it was still full of wisdom. His skinny hand trembled as he touched the cover of the photo album. His face was so old that it had brown age spots, and there was a hint of sadness that could not be dissolved. "Ever since your grandmother passed away, I rarely look at it." Old Master Fu sighed. The photo album contained memories of his life and the sadness that he could not erase. He was born into a rich family. Even though he had a butler and 2 servants to serve him when he was in the United States, he was tortured and almost died under the bullets of the United States several times in order to serve his country. When they finally returned to the country, they were forced to leave the Aerospace Academy before they had the chance to show off their skills. Between the ages of 28 and 35, he and his wife had 3 sons and 1 daughter who died one after another. They had experienced all the misery of the world. Old Ancestor Fu had enjoyed too much in the past. All the retribution of his ancestors had been inflicted on his children. There were several times when he and his wife wanted to tie a hemp rope to a tree and wrap it around their necks. They might as well go. However, when they thought about how their motherland was in dire straits, with no space, missiles, or satellites, they couldn't bear to leave just like that. There were several times when they hugged their heads and cried. After crying, they wiped their tears and continued to draw all kinds of blueprints in silence. They lived underground and used the simplest materials to complete the simplest experiments. Flipping open the photo album, the old man's gaze landed on the photo of his smiling wife. He smiled and said to Li Jinyan, "When your grandmother was young, she was a beauty within a 10-mile radius. The number of people who wanted to marry her could line up to the city gates of Jianghu. Her aloof temperament had countless suitors overseas." Recalling his wife, the smile on the old man's face was very soft, and there was a little bit of light in his wise eyes. "Your mother looks like your grandmother, and you also look like your grandmother. Ignorant of worldly affairs? Grandfather, are you making fun of me?" Li Jinyan was afraid that he would make the old man too sad. It was rare for him to make fun of himself. "If I become aloof, then you'll be worried. You're afraid that I'll become a monk." Old Master Fu laughed. "You're not much different from a monk now. You're so young and always have a cold face. Any girl who sees you will be scared. When your mother was alive, she often told me that it's not a good thing to be young and mature. She was afraid that you would be too cold and would be easily taken advantage of. Your grandmother and I were also worried, but then we saw that you were smart and we knew that it was unnecessary." Chapter 22:18. At the mention of his daughter who had passed away, the old man's smile faded. "Your mother was weak when she was young. It was your grandmother and I who mistreated her and caused her to pass away early. If you say that, Mom would be sad if she was still alive." Li Jinyan pursed his lips and looked at the old man with a steady gaze. "Mom never thought that you and grandmother mistreated her. If it weren't for you two protecting her, I might not even exist in this world. Your mother was considerate since she was young." The old man's withered fingers gently caressed his daughter who had passed away almost 20 years ago. Tears were already glistening in his eyes. "Your mother, your uncle, they suffered too much with us." Li Jinyan raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from the corners of the old man's eyes. His grandfather and grandmother had suffered too much, but they still contributed to the country without any complaints or regrets. This was something he admired very much. The old man and his grandmother's 3 sons and 1 daughter died one after another. When his wife was 37 years old, she gave birth to another daughter, Jinyan's mother, Fuyuan. Their life had been stable for less than 2 years, but then there was a storm. Because the Fu family was suddenly reported for harboring evil intentions, the Fu family, who had finally found a place to live, was in trouble again. Old Master Fu's youngest sister and the only daughter of the Fu family, Miss Fu, got married in a hurry. Half a year later, old Master Fu gave his 1-month-old son, Fu Yusheng, to his sister's family. Originally, he wanted to go back and pick him up after the chaos, but he didn't expect that his youngest son, Fu Yusheng, would be left with his sister's family until he was 4 years old. Later, his sister's family broke off contact, and he also lost contact with his only son, Fu Yusheng. It wasn't until Fu Yusheng was 10 years old that he was found and brought back to his side. Yusheng. I only wanted Yusheng to be safe, but in the end, I didn't want them to be safe. The old man flipped through the photo album page by page. When he saw his 3 sons and 1 daughter who died young and his youngest daughter who died young, his heart was heavy. When he saw a handsome young man with dashing eyebrows and bright eyes, the old man sighed from the depths of his chest. It was so heavy that the air seemed to freeze. Jinmian, uncle hasn't been home for 4 years. I don't know why, but I keep thinking about him. This was his only son who had grown up and was also the only child who was still alive. His lifeless voice trembled a little. I don't know if I can wait for him to come back. After saying that, the old man coughed deeply. At that moment, his hunched back bent even more, and he looked even older. Li Jinmian, who quickly stood up to soothe the old man, said in a low voice, "It's because of the nature of my uncle's work. He can't come back even if he wants to. Don't worry. He will come back to see you as soon as he finishes his work." Li Jinmian's uncle, Fu Yusheng, had taken over his father's business and was now engaged in missile research in a remote area of the country. It was common for him to not return for 3 to 5 years. The old man, whose health was deteriorating day by day, often thought of his only living son. Sometimes, he would stare at Fu Yusheng's photo for an entire day. When he heard this, Li Jinmian, who was trembling with fear, pursed his lips into a sharp line. Due to the nature of his uncle's work, he couldn't be filial to his grandfather, but as a junior, he had to share his elder's burdens and solve his problems. Yi Qian, he still had to find her. Jinmian, if grandfather doesn't wait for your uncle to come back, you have to remember to continue looking for your aunt on behalf of your uncle and the Fu family. You have to find her. Even if she's no longer alive, you have to find her family, understand? Chapter 22:19. This was your grandmother's last wish. In the future, it will also become your grandfather's last wish. It is also your uncle's greatest wish in his life. The old man was a little tired. He closed the yellowed album and sealed away his memories. He then said to Li Jinmian, "I'll keep this album. You should stop looking at it. These were all bad memories. Why would he make things difficult for his only descendant? You should rest for a while. Leave the search for aunt to me." Li Jinmian took out a blanket from the cabinet and laid it directly on top of the tatami mat. He placed the buckwheat pillow in place and carefully helped the old man lie down to rest. "You should sleep. I'll come back to see you later." He was going to look for Yi Qian right now and tell Xia Jinyuan about this matter. For the sake of the wishes of 3 generations of the Fu family, he had to go back to the hospital to look for Yi Qian. No matter how much she resisted, he still had to look for her. In the hospital, Yi Qian looked down slightly and said, "I didn't admit it, and I don't want to admit it. To me, it doesn't matter if I know my biological father or not. I only know that my father passed away a long time ago. There can't be another father in this world. Captain Xia, the next time Captain Li looks for you, just reject him on my behalf. Tell him that he got the wrong person. The woman in the photo is not my mother." His tone was very calm, without a trace of emotion. This was not good. It meant that Yi Qian had been suppressing his emotions. To Xia Jinyuan, Yi Qian might be Li Jinmian's cousin. The sudden news really shocked him. "No, don't talk about it. Let's just talk about old Master Fu." This old man was not an ordinary person. Even old Master Fu had to salute him when he saw him. This old man was one of the founders of our country's missiles, atomic bombs, and space satellites. He was one of the main indicators of a country's strategic nuclear power and the development of military science and technology, strategic missiles. Yi Qian probably didn't know about all this. If Yi Qian was really old Master Fu's granddaughter, Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but sit up straight. His handsome face instantly became serious. Yi Qian, do you know who Li Jinyan's grandfather is? Even if it was Xia Jinyuan who asked this question, Yi Qian still resisted it from the bottom of her heart. However, because of his serious expression, when he mentioned who Li Jinyan's grandfather was even more respectful. Yi Qian shook her head. He didn't mention it, I'm not sure. Fu Yiwei is old Master Fu. He is Li Jinyan's maternal grandfather. He is a legendary old man. Xia Jinyuan looked into her eyes and said slowly, you are familiar with him, right? How could I be unfamiliar with him? Yi Qian was shocked. She immediately said, Li Jinyan must have mistaken me for someone else. I should have taken a closer look at the young woman in the photo. I'm starting to suspect that my eyes were playing tricks on me. That's right, I must have mistaken her for someone else. The woman in the photo just looks like my mother. Needless to say, Li Jinyan must have mistaken her for someone else, and she must have seen wrongly as well. Xia Jinyuan saw how anxious she was to clear her name and couldn't help but laugh. I'm also a little suspicious. We have to clarify this matter first. I'll call him and ask him to come over again. I'll call him. Yi Qian regretted being so impulsive earlier. Li Jinyan, who was rushing to the hospital, received a call from Yi Qian. After she finished speaking, he said calmly, I'll be there in half an hour. Wait for me for a while. Mistaken her for someone else? How could that be? Chapter 22-20. After this call, Li Jinyan was even more confident that he could convince Yi Qian to visit his grandfather. If he had known that bringing up his grandfather's identity would be so effective, he would have brought it up right from the start so that Yi Qian wouldn't be offended. Yi Qian put down his phone and said to Xia Jinyuan with some lingering fear, luckily, I didn't say anything overboard. I only said that he got the wrong person. Luckily, I don't have the habit of scolding people. If I had said anything that insulted old Master Fu, I wouldn't have dared to ask for his forgiveness even if I had to beg for forgiveness. It was too scary, too scary. She really didn't expect Li Jinyan to be old Master Fu's grandson. She also didn't expect that old Master Fu would be one of the stories he told her from a long time ago. Luckily, she suppressed her anger at the time and didn't say anything overboard. Luckily, Yi Qian patted his chest gently. He was so nervous that he had to gulp down a large glass of cold water to suppress the lingering fear in his heart. Old Master Fu was a hero who devoted himself to national defense and led the country's missile and satellite research. He was the hero who made sure that the country was no longer threatened by other countries. She definitely couldn't be his granddaughter. It was too scary, too scary. Her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Seeing how nervous she was, Xia Jinyuan smiled and didn't say anything. Got the wrong person? Did he see wrongly? That was unlikely. Little Fox wasn't an ordinary person. She was a Special Forces soldier who had undergone special training. She was a Special Forces soldier who could accurately find a target in thousands of photos. How could she get the wrong person? When he said that he was suspicious, it was mainly because he was too shocked. Because he had done a detailed investigation, he subconsciously thought that he might have gotten the wrong person. After calming down and thinking about it, the possibility of getting the wrong person was not high. Old Master Fu was a genius. His IQ was much higher than everyone else's. His classmates had the illusion that they were actually mentally retarded. It was the same for Yi Qian. It might be a hereditary IQ. Xia Jinyuan thought to himself, but he did not tell Yi Qian. He was already so nervous. If he said it out loud, he was afraid that he would be so nervous that he would not want to meet Li Jinyan. 30 minutes later, Li Jinyan pushed open the door and walked calmly to Yi Qian's side. Before he could say anything, Yi Qian said, Demon King, show me the photo again. I must have mistaken you for someone else. You can look at the photos later. Let me tell you a story first. Li Jinyan moved a small stool to the side of the bed and sat down. His cold and calm eyes stared at Yi Qian as he told an old story. This was a story about old Master Fu when he was young. He talked about the things that happened during those years, his children who died young, his daughter, Fu Yuhan, and his son, Fu Yusheng. These things and these people made Yi Qian's heart ache as he listened quietly. It turned out that old Master Fu's life was so rough. My uncle went to the army with a mission and met a female soldier named Hong Mei. Uncle fell in love with her and soon fell in love with her. When it was time to get married, Uncle was suddenly recalled and grounded for a year. This story made Yi Qian's pupil's contract. Suddenly recalled and locked up for a year. In her mother's diary, it was mentioned that the man she loved had suddenly disappeared without leaving a word behind. Could it be that he was right? Mother really? For a moment, Yi Qian's heart was in a mess. His brain could not think straight. Chapter 22-21. Li Jinyan, who had returned to the hospital, was determined to bring Yi Qian to old Master Fu. Thus, he stared intently at Yi Qian the entire time, not missing the slightest change in her expression. Seeing that Yi Qian's expression had changed drastically because of what he said, he felt that he might have found a breakthrough. His voice, as cold as the snow on Mount Tianshan, slowly recounted the past that had been sealed away for a long time, but had always been remembered by everyone in the Fu family. No one in the family knew about my uncle's sudden recall, including my maternal grandparents. A year later, my maternal grandfather, who was researching a certain technology, had a week's leave. My maternal grandfather, who had not been home for 3 years, decided to go home to take a look. However, before he could leave the research base, he was invited to another place. Yi Qian's hands, which were resting on her knees, clenched tightly. Her mother had clearly written in her diary, "I waited outside happily. I waited until the sun rose. I waited until the sun was high in the sky. I waited until the sunset covered the sky and the sun's last ray of light disappeared. I still waited." When she saw this sentence, she did not understand the deeper meaning behind it. With the devil's words, could she think of it this way? Her mother waited from sunrise to sunset. Was she waiting for the man she loved to register their marriage with her? Could she understand it this way? Don't worry. Calm down and listen to what the devil has to say. Now was not the time for her to speak. It was not the time for everything to be clear. Her tightly clenched hands had just loosened when they were held by a slender and strong hand. She reflexively held this hand tightly, as if she had found someone to rely on. Even her heartbeat became much calmer. A very touching love story. Listen well, Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan held her hand tightly. His deep eyes contained a faint smile that could calm Yi Qian even more. He reminded her gently, "Don't get distracted. Listen to the whole story first." Li Jinyan subtly glanced at her interlocked fingers with Xia Jinyuan's right hand. His thin lips, which had been pressed tightly, suddenly broke into a faint smile. He was no longer nervous, no longer worried that Yi Qian would suddenly refuse to listen to him, because he knew that his past had successfully attracted Yi Qian, making her calm down and listen to him slowly. Even now, grandfather still remembers that it took him 5 days and 5 nights to arrive at a deserted place with only yellow sand. Here, he saw his uncle, whom he hadn't seen for almost 4 years. Only then did he learn that his uncle had been confined here for more than a year. Someone reported to the army that my uncle had leaked the secret and that he had secret connections with foreign countries. Uncle and grandfather are both engaged in missile research. Someone reported him for leaking secrets. Regardless of whether it's true or not, it's very serious. To be on the safe side, we immediately took away all the research materials in Uncle's hands and secretly took them away. When he arrived at his destination, grandfather saw my uncle, whom he hadn't seen for 4 years and whom he couldn't even write a letter to. It was also at this time that he found out that my uncle had been confined for a year. He also found out that my uncle had a girlfriend in the army that he was preparing to get married. Unfortunately, 3 days before my uncle and my aunt registered their marriage, my uncle was suddenly recalled from confinement and lost contact with his fiancée. Yi Qian, whose eyes were dark, looked up and stared unblinkingly at Li Jinyan as if to confirm something. She didn't speak immediately. Li Jinyan, who was interrupted by her gaze, suddenly felt his heart tighten. He didn't show it on his face as he calmly waited for Yi Qian to speak. Chapter 22-22. After a while, Yi Qian asked suspiciously, "Why haven't we written to each other in the past 4 years?" "That's because our country's missile and satellite research was carried out in secret on a zero-foundation basis. In order to keep it a secret, all the scientists involved in the research were not allowed to leave the research base easily. They were also not allowed to contact their families casually and lived in isolation from the rest of the world." Xia Jinyuan answered Yi Qian in a deep voice and full of respect, "It's normal that you haven't written to your family in the past 4 years." Yi Qian was filled with deep veneration when he heard this. Li Jinyan knew that Xia Jinyuan was speaking up for him, so he nodded slightly to express his gratitude. Grandfather and grandmother are both engaged in research and development and rarely come home. They don't know what's going on with my mother and uncle, so it's normal for them not to receive any letters from their children for a year. This is also why grandfather doesn't know that uncle has been in confinement for as long as a year, and he doesn't know that uncle is preparing to get married. After uncle secretly told them about this, grandfather immediately asked a friend to investigate in secret, but he didn't find anything. There's no female soldier named Hong Mei in the army. Yi Qian's fingertips were trembling. Could it be that Mom didn't tell anyone her real name? That's why he didn't find out where she was? He went back to the army to look for Mom after a year, but Mom wasn't even in the army at that time. She went home to give birth to her. That's why he didn't find out where she was? Yi Qian's heart was in turmoil as he guessed and thought, a year ago, uncle and aunt were preparing to get married. A year later, grandfather went to investigate again, but there was no news at all. For a long time, grandfather wondered if uncle had gone insane after being confined for a year. The so-called fiancé was just a figment of uncle's imagination and didn't exist. If it wasn't for this photo. Li Jinyan took out the old photo again and looked down at the young man and woman in the photo. There was a slight ripple in his cold voice. It was because of this photo that grandfather confirmed that uncle did have a fiancé who was about to get a marriage certificate. Li Jinyan handed the photo back to Yi Jian. His expression was cold, and his dark, unfathomable eyes revealed a faint light. It was a light filled with hope. "Yi Jian, I'm willing to invite you to take a good, serious look at this photo again, okay?" There were too many emotions in his eyes that made Yi Qian's heart heavy. She didn't even have the courage to reach out her hand. What if he had mistaken her for someone else? She didn't reach out to take it, so Li Jinyan kept holding it in his hand, patiently waiting for her to reach out. "Take it and take a good look at it." Xia Jinyuan tightened his grip on her hand and moved closer to her. He said gently and calmly, "For your own sake and for Mr. Lu's sake, you should take it and take a good look at it." The familiar aura that made her feel at ease wrapped around her, giving her the courage to reach out her hand. The moment she took the photo, Yi Qian saw Li Jinyan's tense shoulders visibly relax. He was actually afraid that she would reject him again. Yi Qian took a deep breath and looked down. She wasn't mistaken. The young woman in the photo was indeed her mother. There was a photo in the diary of her mother wearing a military uniform with the same smile. Even the size was the same. The only difference was that it was a photo of her mother alone. Chapter 22-23. Yi Qian stared at him for a long time, so long that Li Jinyan couldn't help but hold his breath. His expression was tense as he stared at Yi Qian. It felt like a century had passed before Yi Qian finally spoke in a low voice. "Hong Mei is not my mother's name. It's just her code name. My mother was part of the first batch of female special forces soldiers in our country with a code name. Hong Mei is not her name. Sir, you returned to the military a year later to find out about my mother's whereabouts. At that time, my mother had just given birth to me. She was at home and didn't return to the military." Li Jinyan was very close to his maternal grandfather's family. His relationship with his uncle was more like that of a father and son. When he heard Yi Qian's words, even someone as calm as him became excited. No wonder grandfather didn't find out about my aunt's whereabouts. It turns out that Hongmei isn't my aunt's real name. Li Jinmian's voice trembled because of his excitement. His gaze fell on the photo and he suddenly looked up at Yi Qian. So, Yi Qian, you admit that my aunt is your mother and my uncle is your father. You admit it, right? Yi Qian didn't look up. She kept staring at the young man and woman in the photo as if she wanted to carve their faces into her heart. I don't know if your uncle is my father. I only know that the young woman in the photo is my mother. In her previous life, she didn't know that her father was someone else. In this life, not only did she know, but she also saw his photo. She wasn't surprised, only panicked. She didn't know how to face the panic. As long as she admitted that her aunt was her mother, everything would be fine. Li Jinmian, whose gaze never left her, said in a hoarse voice, if you want to know if my uncle is your father, Yi Qian, it's not difficult. As long as you want to know, we'll know immediately. Did your uncle look for my mother after that? Did he look for her himself? Or did he ask someone else to do it? Yi Qian did not answer him. Instead, he seemed to want to verify something. His voice suddenly became very cold. Demon King, please answer me seriously. She couldn't immediately accept Fu Yuxing as her father, nor could she say it out loud. She could only use uncle as a temporary replacement. As long as uncle has time, he will personally look for aunt. He personally told me that as long as he is still alive, he will definitely not give up looking for her. To this day, her uncle was still unmarried. The column in his file said, married. Not only did my uncle never give up, but my grandmother also told my mother before she died that she must help my uncle find my aunt. Before my mother passed away, she told me that I must help my uncle find my aunt. I just came from my grandfather's house, and when I came to the hospital, my grandfather told me that he hoped that I could continue to help my uncle find my aunt and help the Fu family find my aunt. Even if she is no longer alive, I have to find her family. Yi Qian, counting from my maternal grandmother's generation, 3 generations of the Fu family have been searching for my aunt. As long as there is no news, they will not give up. Yi Qian was already in tears. Mother, did you hear that? Did you hear that? The person you love deeply did not abandon you. He did not mean to let you wait from sunrise to sunset. He really wanted to go with you to get the marriage certificate, but he could not. Mother, did you hear that? Did you hear that? The person you love deeply did not abandon you. He has always been looking for you. He has never given up looking for you. Not only that, his family has always been looking for you. They have never given up. They have never given up. Chapter 22-24. Yi Qian sobbed softly with tears streaming down her face. As her tears flowed out, the stone in her heart finally shattered. Even though her mother did not manage to wait for her lover to marry her, in the eyes of the man she loved deeply, her mother was his wife. Even if they did not have a marriage certificate, her mother was his wife. At this moment, Yi Qian's tears flowed like a broken dam. She was so happy that she could no longer control her emotions. In front of the 2 men, she could not stop crying. Xia Jinyuan's eyes darkened. He did not try to persuade her to stop crying. Instead, he raised his hand and gently stroked her back. Cry, cry. Let your tears wash away all the sadness in your heart. He blamed himself for not realizing that his little fox cared so much about these things. In her heart, her biological father was a heartless man who abandoned his wife and daughter. Even though she did not mention it, there was always a knot in her heart. That was right. She had been tortured as a child. Yi Ying had a father and a mother who loved her dearly, while she had no parents and was bullied by Yi Ying. When she needed the protection and care of her parents the most, she did not receive any care. She had to rely on herself to get through it. When she was beaten, wronged, or scolded, she could only curl up in a corner and lick the scars in her heart. No one would stand up for her. No one would feel sorry for her. She could only rely on herself and no one else. At that time, even though she did not know that her biological father was someone else, once she found out, how could she not hate him? He even boasted that he knew her best, but in the end. With deep self-blame in his eyes, Xia Jinyuan tightly hugged his lover, who made his entire body ache. He tilted his head slightly and kept kissing her hair. I'm sorry, my little fox. It was my oversight. I did not realize that you cared so much about this matter. If I had known earlier, I would not have let you suffer so much. I would not have let Li Jinyan bring up this matter first and make you cry. Xia Jinyuan pursed his lips. In front of Li Jinyan, he pulled Yi Qian, who was crying like an injured animal, into his arms. He stroked the back of her head with one hand and let her tears flow into his clothes. This time, Yi Qian was crying really hard. She buried herself in Xia Jinyuan's arms and gripped his shirt tightly with both hands. She cried so hard that her body twitched. Other than the sound of her crying, there was no other sound in the ward. The two men did not dare to speak easily. They quietly accompanied her and let her cry. Xia Jinyuan hugged Yi Qian and let her cry in his arms. Meanwhile, Li Jinyan clenched his fists and tried his best to suppress the urge to hug his only sister. This was his little sister, the only sister that he could truly feel a blood connection with. Her cries told him that her life was not going as well as it should have been. No, it was not that her life was not going well, but it was filled with suffering. Li Jinyan clenched his fists even tighter. His cold and handsome face was as dark as water, and there were wisps of haze between his eyebrows. The air pressure around him was low, as if he was wrapped in dark clouds, making him look gloomy. He needed to investigate his sister's past life. He had to do it properly. He had to find out everything. In the past, her life was filled with suffering. In the future, he had to make sure that her life was filled with love. He did not ask to make up for her past suffering. He only hoped that her life would be bright and sunny in the future. Chapter 22-25. Hearing that her voice was hoarse from crying, Li Jinyan pursed his lips and stood up. He silently poured a cup of warm water, his thin lips moving slightly as he said to Xia Jinyuan, "The weather is dry, let her drink a cup of water first." Li Jinyan's idea was to drink a cup of water before crying. Xia Jinyuan nodded slightly and took the cup of water from him. He lowered his head and whispered softly into Yi Qian's ear, "Little fox, let's drink a cup of water first. Our voices are hoarse from crying." With one arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and the other holding the cup of water, Li Jinyan's gaze darkened. His cold gaze swept over the man who was hugging his sister. Li Jinyan pursed his lips even tighter. If he dared to bully his sister in the future, he would have to bear the consequences. Also, hugging and kissing before they were even married. He had to remind his sister to not let Xia Jinyuan take advantage of her. Li Jinyan, who had yet to receive Yi Qian's acknowledgement, was now calling himself her brother. Xia Jinyuan, who was lowering his head to persuade Yi Qian to drink water, suddenly felt a razor-sharp gaze sweep over him. He looked up and saw Li Jinyan, who was sitting by the hospital bed, staring at him unblinkingly. His gaze was somewhat unfriendly as it swept over his hands that were hugging little fox from time to time. His gaze was so sharp that it was as if he wanted to cut off his hands. If little fox became old Master Fu's granddaughter, then wouldn't Demon King Li become little fox's brother? Wouldn't he become Demon King Li's brother-in-law? Xia Jinyuan suddenly felt that something was not right. Demon King Li's gaze was so unfriendly that it was as if he had kidnapped his sister. Once Yi Qian called him brother, his life would not be easy. That would not be good. Before they even started, Li Jinyan was already dissatisfied with Xia Jinyuan's hugging of Yi Qian. However, Li Jinyan didn't say it out loud. He knew very well that he didn't have the right, nor did he have the right to disagree. From Yi Qian's expression, he could tell that she trusted Xia Jinyuan a lot. She was willing to tell Xia Jinyuan everything that was on her mind. As a brother, who had yet to be acknowledged, his position in Yi Qian's heart was far inferior to Xia Jinyuan's. Li Jinyan was well aware of his own limitations, so he only glanced at her once before looking away. Fortunately, Yi Qian did not continue crying. She had been crying for about 10 minutes, and after venting all the negative emotions in her heart, she gradually stopped crying. Hearing Xia Jinyuan advising her to drink a glass of water, she took a deep breath to calm herself down and waited until her breathing calmed down before she lifted her head from his arms. "Sorry, I cried a little too much." Yi Qian took the glass of water. Her eyes were as red as a little rabbit's. She looked apologetic. "When I thought of some things, I couldn't hold back my tears. I just wanted to cry to my heart's content." This was probably the first time in her life that she had cried so miserably. Even when she was beaten by Captain Xia and had to be hospitalized, she did not shed a single tear. She knew that her biological father did not abandon his wife and daughter on purpose. She did not know why, but she could not suppress the grievance in her heart. She just wanted to cry. "You never need to apologize in front of me." Li Jinyan pulled out a tissue and handed it to Yi Qian. His usually cold voice was unbelievably gentle. "Wipe your tears. Your eyes are like a rabbit's." Her eyes and nose were red from crying. She really looked like a little white rabbit. Li Jinyan couldn't help but curve his lips slightly. Chapter 22-26. At that moment, Xia Jinyuan felt a sense of crisis. What Li Jinyan was doing now was exactly what he should be doing as a boyfriend. It wasn't just any kind of trouble, it was quite troublesome. The devil, whose face was so cold that even male soldiers were afraid of him, could very well be a guy who spoiled his sister to the point of having no principles. It was really hard to get used to such a devil. Yi Qian, who took the tissue to wipe her tears, didn't know that Xia Jinyuan's heart was in turmoil. She said, "Thank you," a little embarrassedly and avoided Li Jinyan's caring gaze. Xia Jinyuan wasn't the only one who wasn't used to it. Yi Qian wasn't used to it either. The devil, Li Jinyan, had a strong reputation. In training and in daily life, he was always expressionless, and his eyes were as cold as the snow that never melted. Even if he just glanced around, it would give people the illusion that their hearts were being pierced by thousands of arrows. She had experienced this illusion before. But now, he was handing her water and tissue, and even said something emotional. Yi Qian hid her discomfort by drinking water. Li Jinyan wasn't anxious when he knew that she was avoiding him. He knew that before today, he was just Yi Qian's comrade and there was nothing special about him. But now that his status had suddenly changed, he could understand that she couldn't accept it for the time being and chose to avoid him. There was still a long way to go. He would let her know that he was a very qualified brother, so he wasn't in a hurry. He wasn't in a hurry, but his grandfather was a little anxious. Seeing that her emotions had stabilized and there was no longer any sadness on her face, Li Jinyan asked carefully, "Can you come with me to visit my grandfather today? The old man's condition is getting worse by the day. The housekeeper told me that my grandfather hasn't slept for the past few nights and has been sitting alone until dawn. I'm very worried. Can you come with me to visit the old man?" Yi Qian, who wasn't mentally prepared, wanted to reject him, but she swallowed her words. Xia Jinyuan gently squeezed her hand to stop her from blurting out the words that were about to escape her mouth. "Let's go and visit the old man. Not for anything else, but for all that he has done for the country. Yi Qian, as a soldier, you should also visit him. His little fox had suffered too much and suffered too much. Now that she had found her family, he still hoped that she could return to the Fu family, a home where her family was waiting for her, even if she was about to have a brother who might take away his job as a boyfriend." Xia Jinyuan looked at her with a smile, giving her the courage to take the next step forward. "I'll accompany you. Let's go visit the old man together." Yi Jian was silent. She knew that she was timid. She had never thought that she would still have relatives in this world. Suddenly, she had a father, grandfather, and brother. She was not prepared to face them at all. What if it's not true? What if there was a mistake? "With me by your side, little fox, will you still be afraid?" Xia Jinyuan didn't give her a chance to back away. He placed his hands on her shoulders and made her face him. His deep eyes looked at her gently and firmly, encouraging her. "No matter what happens, you will always have me by your side." After remaining silent for a long time, Yi Qian looked at Xia Jinyuan, who was encouraging her to take the next step. She then looked at Demon King Li, who was holding his breath and waiting for her answer. After a long while, her cold voice sounded in the quiet ward. Okay. Chapter 22-27. The word okay made Li Jinyan's eyes sting. Almost losing his composure, he secretly adjusted his breathing and said, okay, after he finishes his drip, we'll go home together. He said, go home, which showed how much he was looking forward to it. It was also at this moment that Yi Qian's heart trembled slightly. Loved ones. Did she really have any loved ones other than Uncle Chen and Grandpa Zhen? Did she really have any? What if it was a mistake? What if it wasn't true? What if it was just an empty joy? Sitting in the car, Yi Qian was uneasy because of all kinds of uncertainty. He didn't feel happy at all. When you see old master later, just greet him respectfully. Since Li Jinyan didn't say anything else, you don't have to worry too much about it. Acknowledging your ancestors is a big deal, so he won't do it casually. He has to make all the necessary arrangements. Xia Jinyuan held her hand. It was a little cold and a little nervous. He smiled and said in a low voice, don't think about anything else. Just think that you're going to visit a great scientist. He was telling Yi Qian not to treat old Master Fu as his grandfather, but to visit a great scientist with a respectful heart. With him by her side, Yi Qian did indeed calm down a lot. Li Jinyan was very grateful for Xia Jinyuan's help. If it weren't for his help today, Yi Qian wouldn't have agreed to go home with him so easily. His sister should have trusted her family the most, but now she trusted Xia Jinyuan so much. Li Jinyan was happy and bitter at the same time. He was happy that his sister had a man who understood her, loved her, and cared for her. He also felt bitter because he didn't accompany her through all the difficulties and didn't even know how many difficulties she went through. Li Jinyan glanced at the rearview mirror from the corner of his eye and saw that Yi Jian's attention was all on Xia Jinyuan. She didn't seem happy about going home. Li Jinyan couldn't bear to look away. To her, was family kinship something that did not exist? Had she never thought of receiving the care of her loved ones? Was it because he was so disappointed in his family that he no longer desired it? Then, what kind of environment did she live in? Just how much had she suffered for her to be so indifferent and insecure? Li Jinyan thought back to the first time he met Yi Qian and saw the maturity between her brows that was beyond her age. His heart suddenly ached. His sister should have grown up like a princess and been pampered by her family. But because of fate, the Fu family did not even know of her existence. Li Jinyan, whose emotions had been fluctuating, finally calmed down when the car drove into the depths of a park that hid the hustle and bustle of the city. Back then, when the capital was planned, the original appearance of the entire mountain was deliberately preserved. On the left is the suburban park, and on this side is the place where the old scientists retire. It is guarded by armed police, and ordinary people are not allowed to enter or leave at will. In order to let Yi Qian relax, Xia Jinyuan picked a topic to introduce the place. The scientists who developed the first generation of computers also live here. The small houses hidden behind the trees are all old scientists who are national treasures. If you meet any old man here, his identity will definitely shock you. The car followed the winding mountain road. Through the car window, Yi Qian saw several small red brick houses. When she thought about how the people living in these houses were all scientists who had dedicated their lives to the country, the nervousness in her heart disappeared and was replaced by respect. Chapter 22-28. After turning a corner, Yi Qian saw two old men holding hands in front of him. Their backs were hunched, but they looked quite elegant as they walked slowly. Beside the two old men's feet was a pair of puppies wagging their tails happily. They chased after the two old men's footsteps, ran in front of them happily, and whimpered back to the two old men's feet. They shook their heads and wagged their tails to make the two old men happy. Xia Jinyuan did not know the two old men. Li Jinyan introduced them. This is Mr. Tang and his wife, Professor Su. Mr. Tang was the first generation of core computer scientists in our country, and Professor Su was the senior engineer who completed the magnetic core memory. The two old men devoted themselves to computer research and development in our country and did not leave behind any children. Not only Mr. Tang and Professor Su, but almost all the scientists and senior engineers who lived here did not leave behind any children. They dedicated their lives to the development of our country's science. Yi Qian, who had never heard of this before, had forgotten where he was going. He was so shocked that he did not know what to say. The car passed by the two elders. Yi Jian turned her head and looked at the two stooped but tall figures with respect in her eyes. Xia Jinyuan, who had retracted his gaze, talked about the past in a deep voice. This was a story about how poor people had no dignity, and poor countries had no status. At that time, our country did not have the ability to manufacture our own weapons. Even the weapons used by the army were all produced overseas. Under such circumstances, the older generation of scientists worked hard to realize our dream of becoming a powerful country with a strong army. When we went out for an interview, our scientists always listened the most seriously and were the most humble. In the late 1950s, a big country that was originally helping our country suddenly left, leaving behind a pile of burning blueprints. In order to save the blueprints from the fire, our old scientists did not dare to use water to put out the fire. Instead, they reached their hands into the fire and snatched the blueprints back. Then, they pieced the blueprints back together bit by bit. They knelt on the ground and carefully pieced them back together. This time, they knelt not for the blueprints, but for their dignity. From being passive to being independent, from being dependent to being confident, the reason why a big country could rise was because there were many scientists like Mr. Fu. They contributed silently to the rise of a big country. They even sacrificed their lives for the rise of a big country. They were willing to give up everything for the rise of a big country. Yi Qian, if we compare our current lives with the suffering that the old scientist once suffered, do you still think that you can't overcome the hurdle, that you can't take the courage to take the next step? Yi Qian heard the tears in her eyes and shook her head. There was nothing else. Compared to what the old scientist had gone through, what else could she not overcome? Demon King, it's true that I'm not sure if your uncle is my father, so I won't be able to call old Mr. Grandpa later, but I'll cooperate with you to see if I'm really old Mr.'s granddaughter. The car had just entered a flat paved road that extended from the main road when Yi Qian's sudden words caught Li Jinyan off guard and he slammed on the brakes. They didn't expect him to slam on the brakes, and the two people sitting in the back fell forward. If it weren't for the two people's agility, their faces would have hit the back of the driver's seat. Demon King, drive properly. Xia Jinyuan held Yi Qian's hand tightly and sat properly. She teased, I'm injured. You can't deliberately play tricks on me just because I'm Yi Qian's boyfriend. Chapter 22-29. Yi Qian was very nervous. How's your wound? Let me take a look. His words made her tense up. Xia Jinyuan hurriedly said, it's fine, it's fine. Don't be nervous. I was just scaring him. He didn't manage to scare the devil, but his little fox got scared. Yi Qian heaved a sigh of relief. As long as he's fine, Li Jinyan wasn't scared. If he was that weak, he wouldn't be Q King. He didn't immediately start the car. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Yi Qian with dark eyes. You'll really cooperate? Yes, we'll cooperate. Yi Qian nodded solemnly. Ever since she found out that she had no choice in what happened back then and that she didn't abandon her wife and daughter on purpose, Yi Qian knew that she had already accepted the person she had never met in her 2 lifetimes, her father. However, the word father was too unfamiliar to her. Ever since she lost her parents, she had never called out father or mother again. She was so unfamiliar with the word father that she didn't know how to pronounce it. This was another piece of good news since Yi Qian agreed to go home. Li Jinyan's cold face broke into a deep smile. His features were extremely handsome, as if they were carefully carved. Usually, his cold expression would make people fearful of him, but now that he suddenly smiled, he was so handsome that people couldn't take their eyes off him. However, his smile was short-lived. It wasn't breathtaking yet, and his expression was ice-cold again. Grandfather often told him that life didn't bring disaster to people, but that they should learn to cherish and let go. They should learn to cherish the present and let go of the past. His sister suddenly said that she would cooperate with him. Did he think that she had already let go of her prejudice against uncle? That she had let go of her past? Li Jinmian was overjoyed. He looked at Xia Jinyuan, who had been speaking up for the Fu family, and thanked him sincerely. Today, he had been encouraging Yi Qian from the very beginning. That was why she had been able to accept the Fu family so quickly. In his eyes, he could see the deep love and encouragement he had for Yi Qian. Xia Jinyuan was not only his sister's lover, but he was also her guide in life. He used his own way to guide his sister so that she could go further and broaden her mind. He admired Xia Jinyuan's character and felt reassured. Xia Jinyuan smiled and said, "You don't have to thank me. I only care about Yi Qian, not anyone else." He didn't want to see his little fox being troubled by things. He didn't want to see her worrying because of it. He didn't want to see his little fox unhappy at all, so he would do his best to help her. When faced with a predicament, avoiding it would only make things worse. Only by facing it head-on and facing it bravely was the true way to solve the problem. After driving for a while, the car saw a small bungalow surrounded by maple trees. The bungalow did not have a metal gate, so the car drove straight into the bungalow and parked in the designated parking space. Li Jinyan got out of the car with light footsteps. He walked up the steps and rang the doorbell. Yi Qian, who was standing at the bottom of the steps, hurriedly straightened her clothes and asked Xia Jinyuan to check if her military cap was on properly. Before she could straighten her uniform, the tightly shut door opened. A white-haired old man with a kind aura stood at the door. The moment Yi Qian saw the old man, she didn't know why, but she suddenly felt her heart skip a beat. When the old man's eyes met hers, she couldn't help but hold her breath. "Grandfather, I brought 2 friends to visit you." Li Jinyan held the old man's arm and turned his body slightly so that the old man could see his friends better. Chapter 22:30. As Li Jinyan turned sideways, Yi Qian could see Mr. Fu more clearly. Similarly, Mr. Fu could see the girl standing in the sunlight with a faint smile on her face. She was as quiet as a painting. It was as if they had passed through centuries and reincarnations before they finally looked into each other's eyes. Even the wind couldn't bear to disturb them. It made everything stop, leaving only silence. Mr. Fu, who was supported by his grandson, looked at Yi Qian and asked Li Jinyan, "Where did you find such a beautiful girl? This is the first time you've brought a girl home to see me." Mr. Fu's hands trembled as he held on to his walking stick. He said, "This is the first time you brought a girl home. Why do I feel like this girl looks familiar? Jinyan, have I seen this little girl somewhere before?" With that sentence, Yi Qian, who had finally calmed down and met Mr. Fu's kind eyes, felt her heart skip a beat. Her heart rate instantly soared. It was as if a seed had suddenly fallen into her chest. It took root and sprouted. In an instant, it grew crazily, making her chest feel as if it was about to explode. That feeling was like a fallen leaf returning to its roots, or a wild goose returning to its nest, or a small boat returning to port. "I have to go out and take a look. It's too far away. I can't see clearly." Mr. Fu was old, and his eyesight was not as good as it used to be. 2 years ago, he had cataract surgery on his left eye, so he still had double vision when he saw people. He seemed to want to verify something. He impatiently grabbed Li Jinyan's arm and said in a slightly hurried tone, "Quick, get Xiao Lu to bring my glasses over. The sun is shining brightly outside. I have to take a good look. This girl. I've definitely seen her before. I've definitely seen her before." Before the glasses were brought over, Mr. Fu, who couldn't wait, stepped out of the door with his walking stick. Yi Jian's heart seemed to jump out of her throat in the next second. She didn't think much at all. When she saw the old man take a shaky step forward, there was an invisible force that suddenly pushed her forward. She, who didn't dare to move forward, suddenly rushed forward a few steps. Then she suddenly stopped and stood at the bottom of the stairs, motionlessly looking at the old man who was walking out. Li Jinyan was afraid that he would fall, so he supported him and said, "Slow down. Uncle Lu has brought your glasses. You should put them on first." The housekeeper who took care of the old man's daily life quickly took care of the old man. Li Jinyan did not ask him to wait on the old man. Instead, he asked him to return to the house first. He and Yi Qian would be enough. The old man, who had been observing Yi Qian's every move, put on his glasses. When he looked up, he could clearly see why the girl standing under the sun looked so familiar. This child. How could he not look familiar? How could he not be familiar with a child who looked like his daughter-in-law? Her facial features were similar to his daughter-in-law's, but her forehead was the same as Yusheng's. She looked like both his daughter-in-law and his son. How could he not be familiar with this child? Step by step, the old man walked closer and stopped at the top of the stairs. He waved at Yi Qian, who was only a few steps away, and said kindly, "Come, child. Let Grandpa take a good look at you." The old man, who had experienced many hardships, could tell something was amiss. As he spoke kindly, tears glistened in his eyes. There was no need to say too much or make any big movements. His weather-beaten eyes were filled with tears that had long since returned to their calm state. Chapter 22:31. The old man was tall and handsome when he was young. He was over 1.8 meters tall and attracted attention wherever he went in the south. Even after he studied in the west, his tall and handsome physique and scholarly temperament did not diminish his attractiveness. Now that he was old, his figure was no longer tall, but the old man's temperament had accumulated decades of ups and downs. Even though his face was wrinkled and had dark brown age spots, his calm temperament was far superior to the two young men beside him. Standing on the steps, he was like an ancient pine tree that had experienced the vicissitudes of life but still stood tall and proud, respected by the world. With tears in her eyes, Yi Qian suppressed the palpitations in her heart and did not take a step closer to the old man. When she was in the car, she suspected that she might not be the old man's granddaughter. Then, when she saw the old man, a sense of familiarity that originated from her blood rushed into her heart and made her believe that Li Jinyan's uncle was her father, and the old scientist in front of her who had dedicated his life to the country was her grandfather. It was too difficult to take this step. It was as if her feet were rooted to the ground. She wanted to go over, but she was hesitant. The old man's legs are not very convenient. Little fox, quickly go and help the old man back to his room. Xia Jinyuan walked to her side and reminded her in a low voice, "It's cold outside. Don't let the old man catch a cold." Yi Qian turned her head in a daze and whispered as if she was in a dream, "Captain Xia, I think I have a grandfather. I think I have a grandfather, I think I have a family." The moment Xia Jinyuan saw the old man, he was very sure that Yi Qian was indeed the old man's granddaughter. The two generations had a common temperament, a sense of righteousness that did not admit defeat and did not bow down. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting and her eyes were clear. At this moment, she looked like a lost child who could not find her home. It made Xia Jinyuan's heart ache. His little fox, his lover, had always longed for a family. Therefore, she treated Uncle Chen and Uncle Zhen as her loved ones. With them, she would have a home that belonged to her. Now, with old Master Fu, little fox would have another home from now on. Holding her hand, Xia Jinyuan said in a low and steady voice, "Follow your feelings. Don't be afraid. Don't be confused. Believe in your feelings." The old man did not rush him. From the moment he saw Yi Qian, his gaze had never left Yi Qian. He stood at the top of the stairs 9 steps away from Yi Qian. His gaze was kind and gentle as he quietly waited for Yi Qian to walk over. His legs were inconvenient and he could no longer walk. He could only wait for the child to walk over on his own. Even though he did not know the child's name or where he had come from, he knew in his heart that this child was a child of the Fu family. He was a child of the Fu family. With just one look, he knew that this child was a child of the Fu family. "Don't stand on ceremony. Come over here and let Grandpa have a good look at you," the old man said kindly. Don't worry, don't worry. His good grandson had found his granddaughter. Don't worry, don't worry. He just stood here and waited for her to come home. His good grandson found his granddaughter. That's great. That's great. There was no sense of unfamiliarity or alienation. He stood there and made Yi Qian feel as if she had grown up by the old man's side. Every time she went on a long trip, the old man would use his walking stick to send her off. Every time she came home, he would use his walking stick to stand at the top of the stairs and wait for her to come home. Chapter 22:32. This was blood, this was family. No matter how long they had been separated, they would always feel a sense of familiarity with each other. The road was long and lonely. As the wanderer returned home, her tears were stained with tears. Yi Qian did not know why she was crying again. When she realized that she was crying, her face was already mottled with tears. She lifted her foot and took the first step, the second step. She stood on the 9th step and looked up at the old man who was waiting for her. She saw the tears in the old man's eyes and also saw the excitement under his kind smile. She walked up the steps step by step. The old man, who looked calm on the surface, did not wait for Yi Qian to reach him. He had already reached out his trembling hand until Yi Qian took the initiative to stand under his outstretched hand. He gently stroked Yi Qian's head and sighed. "Child, you're finally home." There was no need to verify anything. The blood that could never be severed had already told the old man that the child he was so familiar with was a child of the Fu family. Yi Qian, whose tears were streaming down her face, looked up at the tear-stained old man. After a while, she said softly, "It's cold outside. Let me help you into the house." Her words were short, but they were trembling. Okay. Let's talk inside, the white-haired old man repeated repeatedly as Yi Qian helped him into the house. Li Jinyan saw that Yi Qian was supporting his grandfather steadily, so he discreetly let go of his hand and allowed Yi Qian to help him into the house. He walked with Xia Jinyuan behind them. "Yi Qian is indeed my uncle's daughter. I'm sure of it." The old man and the young girl walked slowly in front of him. Li Jinyan's deep and gentle gaze was fixed on them. He said to Xia Jinyuan in a low voice, "My grandfather won't be wrong either. He has already decided that Yi Qian is his granddaughter, his only granddaughter." As far as he could remember, his grandfather had never shed tears in public. Even when his grandmother passed away and his mother passed away, his grandfather would only show his face after crying behind his back. He had never bowed down to fate and used his strong will to overcome difficulties time and time again. And Yi Qian's return made him cry tears of joy. Even though he was trying his best to hold back his tears, his eyes still glistened with tears. Xia Jinyuan was also happy for Yi Qian. Judging from the old man's reaction, he had already determined that Yi Qian was his granddaughter. The bloodline was indeed magical. Even though it was the first time they met, he also felt that Yi Qian was the old man's granddaughter. "I also believe in my intuition. However, old Mister's identity is special, so it's better to be cautious. The DNA test is indispensable." Looking at Yi Qian's back, Xia Jinyuan said calmly, "There are still many things that need to be sorted out. Let's go in first." Li Jinyan nodded. "You know more about Yi Qian's past than I do. It just so happens that I have a lot of questions to ask. But..." He paused for a few seconds before continuing, "We have to avoid my grandfather. I'm worried that he won't be able to accept it." He was referring to the difficult life Yi Qian had led in the past. Xia Jinyuan nodded in understanding. What kind of life little fox led in the past? He couldn't say it in front of the old man. He definitely wouldn't be able to accept it. Later, the old man will definitely ask about Yi Qian's past. With Yi Qian's kindness, she won't complain. She'll only say things that will make the old man feel better. But with the old man's wisdom, he'll definitely be able to tell that Yi Qian is coaxing him. Does the old man have any heart problems? If so, it's best to prepare the medicine first. Xia Jinyuan arranged everything carefully. Chapter 22:33. The old man's heart was fine, but his blood pressure was unstable, and there was a blood clot in his brain. Li Jinyan paid close attention to him the entire time, afraid that his grandfather would be too agitated and cause problems. The heater was turned on, and it was warm and comfortable to walk in. The old man was supported by Yi Qian into the living room. He introduced the furniture in the living room in a hoarse voice. This place was renovated according to my wishes by the state. There isn't a single nail in the furniture, and it's all made of mortise and tenon construction. Look at the wooden sofa, it's all handmade by an old carpenter. It's sturdy, durable, and much better than those leather sofas or fabric sofas outside. Do you see the curtains? They're made of cotton and linen. They weren't dyed with chemical dyes, but with ancient plants. There were so many things he wanted to say and ask, so much so that the old man didn't know where to start. He was so touched that he couldn't say a single word. He could only talk about the environment he was living in now. It could be seen that the state had meticulously arranged the old man's life in his later years. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all arranged according to the old man's wishes. From the large furniture to the small daily necessities, everything was arranged according to the old man's habits. The old man was born in a wealthy family. He was a rich young master who had maids and manservants to serve him. Before the age of 28, his life was exquisite. His food, clothing, housing, and transportation were all top-notch. Although he fell on hard times later on, the old man never gave up on life. He could live his life to his liking with just a bouquet of wild flowers, a wooden chair, a green bowl, and a pot of water. It was because the old man and the old madam were open-minded and never lost interest in life that they were able to survive one crisis after another. Even though he was old and retired, the old man still maintained his youthful attitude towards life. Yi Qian admired him. Everything in the house is what this old man likes. Later, I'll have Jinyan go out with you and buy some things that you girls like. Jinyan is your aunt's son. He's older than you, and he's your older brother. If you need anything in the future, you can look for him. The old man spoke very slowly, but he didn't stop for a moment. He wanted to chat with Yi Qian and get closer to Yi Qian. He wanted to make Yi Qian accept him as a grandfather who had never cared about her and didn't even know about her existence. He also kept holding Yi Qian's hand, as if he was afraid that he would lose it if he let go. Even when he was sitting on the sofa, he still held onto it tightly. Every time he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Yi Qian. He looked at him carefully, as if he was afraid that if he said too much, Yi Qian would get angry and leave. Yi Qian saw how careful the old man was. His nose was stuffed. Please take a rest first. I will accompany you. Holding the old man's skinny hands, Yi Qian said softly, I won't go anywhere. I'll stay here with you. The old man's shoulders trembled. His eyes, which were filled with wisdom and calmness, were filled with tears. He gripped Yi Qian's hand tightly. His chest heaved violently. Tell Grandpa your name, and how old are you this year? Which military school are you studying at now? How have you been all these years? Have you suffered a lot? Tell Grandpa all about it. Grandpa wants to know, wants to know. The old man's voice was choked with emotion. Li Jinyan's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly said, Please speak slowly. Yi Qian is here with you. Don't be so agitated. He then said to Yi Qian, Grandpa has a blood clot in his brain. He shouldn't be too agitated. Chapter 22:34. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan took the warm water from the housekeeper and handed it to Li Jinyan. Let old master drink some water and calm himself down before we talk. Don't worry, I won't go anywhere today. I'll be with you the whole time. Yi Qian was scared. He had a blood clot in his brain, which was called a cerebral thrombosis. With this disease, he should not be agitated and unstable. She hurriedly said something to reassure old Master Fu. Drink some water first. You can ask slowly, and I'll tell you slowly. For a long time, the Fu family had only been looking for martyr son Xueqing, but they didn't know that martyr son Xueqing had given birth to a daughter for Fu Yusheng. Now that Yi Qian, who resembled martyr Sun Shueqing, had suddenly appeared, old Master Fu, who had always been calm, was greatly agitated. Yi Qian waited for old Master Fu to calm down before replying softly, "My name is Yi Qian. I'm 20 years old today. I'm a first-year commander student at the National University of Science and Technology. You can see that I'm doing well and haven't suffered much. I also know that you've been looking for my mother and have never given up. Thank you for always thinking of us." "Thank you," Yi Qian said softly with sincere eyes, trying to make old Master Fu feel better. Old Master Fu didn't believe her. With tears streaming down his face, he held his granddaughter's hand tightly. His voice was as heavy as a rock. "How could you not have suffered? How could you not have suffered? Your mother was pregnant with you. In that era, it was a big deal to get pregnant out of wedlock. People would point fingers at you, but she was still able to give birth to you. Grandpa was late. Grandpa let you and your mother suffer. The Fu family has mistreated you and your mother." Old Master Fu blamed himself. In his life, he didn't let God down, he didn't let the earth down, and he didn't let the country down. The only thing that made him uneasy was his son's fiancée. An innocent girl and his son were about to get a marriage certificate, but his son was suddenly called back for a year of confinement. The family didn't receive any news, and by the time they found out, things had changed. Who would have thought that her daughter-in-law would actually be pregnant? In that era, having a child out of wedlock would cause one to be criticized and scolded by thousands of people. In that era, her daughter-in-law still managed to give birth to a child. It was clear how strong she was. This child was like her mother. She was young, but her gaze was firm and unyielding. Her back was even straighter, and she had the arrogance to compete with the wind and snow. This kind of arrogance was not something an ordinary person could possess. Only those who had suffered countless hardships, endured countless hardships, bravely faced them again and again, and defeated them again and again. In order to make him feel better, his granddaughter was comforting him. Yi Qian was also very sad, but more than that, she felt relieved. With tears in her eyes, she kept comforting the old man who was deeply immersed in self-blame. "Don't blame yourself. You've already tried your best to find my mother. It's just that my mother's name isn't Hongmei. It's normal that you couldn't find her." Faced with the old man who was so deeply remorseful that his hands were trembling, Yi Qian didn't dare to mention that her mother had already sacrificed herself. She quickly changed the topic and talked about herself. "I'm also doing very well. I'm really doing very well. I got into the school I like, and I'm doing very well. Don't be too sad." How could he not be sad? His only granddaughter had been exposed to the outside world, and the Fu family didn't know anything about it. She had suffered so much and suffered so much. How could this old man not be sad? Chapter 22:35. Now that his only granddaughter was back, old Master Fu was more happy than sad. Good girl, this is the Fu family's good girl, even though life was tough when you were young, who didn't suffer at that time. Everyone was the same, so we didn't think it was tough. Also, compared to the life you had before, we didn't suffer at all. Don't cry anymore, it'll hurt your eyes if you cry too much." Indeed, Yi Jian only said nice things. She made light of the hardships she had suffered in Yi Jifan's house when she was young, which made the old man, who was as clear as a mirror, feel even more distressed. Old Master Fu, who had lost control of his emotions, looked at Yi Qian without blinking. Hearing her comforting words, not only did he not feel comfortable, but he felt even more sad. How could the Fu family be so blind? How could they let such a sensible child be pregnant? Fu Yusheng, you're such a bastard. How could you not realize that your fiancée is pregnant? Old Master Fu, who felt guilty, became angry again, which made Li Jinyan, who was standing next to him, so worried that he secretly clenched his fists. Especially when he saw old Master Fu turn away, tears streaming down his face. His eyes were red. Li Jinyan gently stroked old Master Fu's back from behind. "You should rest for a while. If you cry, Yi Qian will cry too." Facing old Master Fu, who was sad and blaming himself, old Master Fu's stooped figure made Yi Qian feel so sad that she felt uneasy. Clenching old Master Fu's skinny hands that had never let go of her for a second, Yi Qian said softly, "Grandpa, let's not cry anymore." He had thought that it would be difficult to say the words, "Grandpa," but when he actually said it, he realized that it was actually very simple. Before old Master Fu could react, Yi Qian said again, "Grandpa, if you continue to cry, I won't dare to talk to you anymore." The too heartfelt "Grandpa" finally made the old man come back to his senses. He was too shocked and too excited. The two "Grandpa" finally broke the last bit of distance between the grandfather and grandson. There was no longer any sense of unfamiliarity. Good, good, good. Countless goods came out of the old man's mouth. Grandpa, this child called him Grandpa. How could this child's heart be so pure and kind? How could he forgive this rotten old man so easily? Good child, don't be afraid that Grandpa will be sad. Grandpa knows that you're just trying to coax me and make me feel better. Grandpa can't take back all the pain you've suffered in the past, but in the future, Grandpa won't let you suffer alone anymore. If there's anything, let's face it together. Also, wait for your father to come back and make him apologize to you properly. It was all his fault back then, but you, a child, had to suffer. No, he still has to apologize to your mother. As a man, he didn't protect his wife and daughter well. He deserves to be beaten. He deserves to be scolded. 20 years. It's been 20 years since Grandpa found out about your existence. Child, if there's anything you're unhappy about, tell Grandpa. This is what Grandpa deserves. I'm really not unhappy about anything. Please don't think too much about it. What happened back then? Yi Qian looked at Li Jinyan, who was worried about the old man's health. She wondered if she should call him brother. So be it. The Devil King was her brother after all. Li Jinyan, who had been listening by the side, saw that she didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at him. He seemed to have guessed something and smiled. He waited for Yi Qian to speak again. Chapter 22:36. Yi Qian's gaze swept across his face, but she did not call him brother immediately. The Devil King was her team leader during her training. She had been scolded, yelled at, and scolded by him. The cold image of the Devil King had long been engraved in her mind. Suddenly calling him brother made her feel indescribably awkward. The old master, who was immersed in grief, noticed Yi Qian's slight pause. The clear-minded old man understood everything, but he could not say it. He could not force his granddaughter, who had only returned home after 20 years, to acknowledge him as her father. He could not, and did not dare to. Today, she had already given him a huge surprise by calling him Grandpa. Now, he needed time to adjust their relationship. Good child, the Fu family was not kind enough to let your mother suffer. It was all our fault, all our fault. The old master did not want his granddaughter, who had finally returned home, to feel sad. With a solemn expression on his deeply wrinkled face, he said to Yi Qian, "A mistake is a mistake. No matter how much time has passed, this mistake must be acknowledged. Although the past was in the past, the damage left behind would not disappear because of it. Mistakes must be corrected, and they must be corrected properly." Yi Qian gently shook his head and comforted the old man. "I know what happened back then. Grandpa, you were not wrong. My mother was not wrong either. And my father was not wrong either. None of you were wrong. The mistake was that the timing was not right. The mistake was that fate made a fool of us. Don't worry, I really don't have any resentment. In the past, to be honest, I did hate, but now I don't. I know that you have always been looking for my mother. I know that my grandmother and aunts still miss my mother when they passed away. I also know that my father did not remarry because of my mother. What else do I have to hate? No, really no. It's not that you don't want my mother and me, it's just that we missed each other. I don't hate, I only feel happy now. I never thought that I would have a grandfather, a father, and a family whose blood is thicker than water. I really never thought, but now I have them all. I really don't have any hatred, no resentment, only happiness. Grandpa, I am happy, very, very happy. As Yi Qian spoke, the tears that he had tried so hard to stop started flowing again. 2 lifetimes. She had used 2 lifetimes to have a close relative whose blood was thicker than water. Only then did she have a family that she truly loved. This time, the tears that flowed down her face were no longer filled with sadness. Instead, they were filled with genuine joy. She was really, really happy. When she cried, the old man could not control the grief in his heart. His wise eyes, which had seen the world through hardships, were filled with tears. He held Yi Qian's hand tightly and said in a trembling voice, good child, Grandpa thanks you, Grandpa thanks you. She was kind and righteous. It was all thanks to her mother's good upbringing that he was able to meet his only granddaughter. In the future, when he was in the underworld, he could happily tell the old woman that she had a good granddaughter, a very, very good granddaughter. The old man and the young woman started crying again. They could not stop crying at all. Li Jinyan gave Xia Jinyuan a look, indicating for him to comfort Yi Qian. He then advised the old man, Grandpa, if you continue crying, I will have to call the doctor. On the other side, Xia Jinyuan gently comforted Yi Qian, the old man's health is not good. Your crying will make him even sadder. Little fox, today is a good day. Let's not cry so much. We should smile more. Chapter 22:37. He was also afraid that Yi Qian would keep crying. Crying too much was not a good thing. It was bad for both the body and the mind. Xia Jinyuan, who felt sorry for his lover, said in a softer voice, just now, the devil was eagerly waiting for you to call him brother. In the end, he didn't hear you call him brother. Instead, he saw you crying with the old man. That won't do. Crying too much is bad for the body. It's fine if you're young, but not the old man. Now that you have a grandfather and a family, I think you also wish for your grandfather to live a long life. The last sentence was the most effective. It stopped Yi Qian from crying. Yi Qian, who was crying so much that her breathing became unstable, was comforted by Xia Jinyuan. The urge to cry in her heart gradually subsided. When she finally stopped crying, Yi Qian had a helpless look on her face. Today, she had cried a little too much. She had gone overboard. She cried for no reason and couldn't control herself at all. Her tears flowed like a waterfall. She had clearly cried all her grievances away, so why did she start crying again just now? She was like a child. Xia Jinyuan reached out to wipe away the tears on her face. Seeing that she was crying so hard that her eyes resembled a rabbit's and her breathing was uneven, Xia Jinyuan, who was comforting her, patted her back with heartache. He picked up a cup of warm water from the coffee table and said, drink some water before you talk to the old man. Also, look at Li Jinyan. He's waiting for you to call him brother. In the army, he's the devil and the leader of the soldiers, but at home, he's just your family. He's your brother. What's so difficult about it? Let me say it. It's not a loss for you to call him brother. In the future, you'll have another family member who will protect you and love you dearly. Isn't that a good thing? The old man, who had been comforting Yi Qian, used his handkerchief to wipe the corners of his eyes. When he heard this young man, who he didn't know, speak like this, he couldn't help but take a second look at him. The young man had been quietly accompanying them and had not paid attention to what he was saying since he entered the room. Now that he had opened his mouth, he was speaking up for the Fu family. Looking at his granddaughter, she was also willing to listen to his advice. It was obvious that their relationship was not ordinary. The old man looked at Xia Jinyuan gratefully. Although he did not say anything, it was enough to make Xia Jinyuan happy. It meant that he had left a good first impression on the old man. Since Xia Jinyuan valued Yi Qian, he naturally valued Yi Qian's family as well. Li Jinyan, who had persuaded the old man, had mixed feelings. The word brother was also quite unfamiliar to him. Although he was the eldest grandson of the Li family and had several younger brothers and sisters, they had been estranged from each other since childhood and did not have many deep feelings for each other. He did not expect his stepmother's son and daughter to be close to him. He only hoped that they would not harm him. As for calling him brother, he did not expect them to be close to him. The children of the Li family were born with the cold blood of the Li family. Today, Old Man Li was able to control all of the family business in his hands. His hands were stained with the lives of his brothers. In Old Man Li's words, the children of his wife were not considered part of the Li family, but they could be the dogs of the Li family for the rest of their lives. The Li family was a warlord. His great-grandfather married a total of 12 concubines. Except for Old Man Li, who was born to the first wife, the other 16 children were born to the 12 concubines. However, in the end, only the first wife, who was his great-grandmother, survived. Survival of the fittest was the Li family's ancestral teaching. Whoever survived was qualified to be the next heir of the Li family. Today, Old Man Li survived by stepping on the bones of his family. Chapter 22:38. Li Jinyan's lips twitched coldly. He had never thought of finding kinship in the Li family. The Li family did not give him a sense of kinship, but the Fu family had made him feel warm since he was young. The Li family did not give him a sense of belonging, so the Fu family, which had few members, was his home. Now that the family was reunited, as an older brother, he finally had a younger sister. He was just waiting for her to speak. Older brother, just thinking about hearing Yi Qian call out to him in a soft voice, Li Jinyan's cold expression softened. There was even a flicker of light in his cold eyes. The devil, who was usually calm and composed, was a little excited. He would work hard to be Yi Qian's good older brother. He would make her trust him wholeheartedly in the future. He would support her and shelter her from the wind and rain. He would give her the best of everything. Being an older brother was a kind of responsibility. He would work hard to fulfill this responsibility to the fullest. Li Jinyan, who was waiting for Yi Qian to call him older brother, couldn't help but sit up straighter. His heart was beating faster and faster, and he was a little nervous. His gaze was dark as he waited for Yi Qian to speak. Old Master Fu's emotions had calmed down. Seeing Yi Qian looking behind him, Old Master Fu gently patted the back of Yi Qian's hand and said amiably, "Child, you and your older brother must be well in the future. Only when you are well will I be able to rest assured. He is your older brother, your dearest older brother." Yes, the devil was her older brother. He would be her dearest older brother. She could call him that openly. Just as Captain Xia had said, he was the devil, the leader of the soldiers in the army. But at home, he was only her family. He was her older brother. Why couldn't she say it? Since Grandpa had already spoken, how could she go against his wishes and disappoint him? The atmosphere was tense enough, so it was better to talk about something more relaxing. Thinking of this, Yi Qian, whose eyes were red, looked at Li Jinyan with a smile. Under the old man's expectant gaze, her dimples bloomed like a flower. She said sweetly, "Brother, please take care of me in the future." The sweet big brother not only made the old man happy, but it also made the calm Li Jinyan's heart tremble. It was as if he could hear the sound of flowers blooming in his ears. Why did I feel a sense of familiarity when I first saw Yi Qian? Because blood is thicker than water. Why was it that when he saw Yi Qian, he only wanted to get close to her and look at her? Because she was his sister, his only sister. With me here, no one can bully you, including him. The demon king of sister spoiling was officially on the job, and he quickly made a list of all the rules that an older brother should protect his younger sister. After saying that, his cold gaze swept towards Xia Jinyuan. Then, he couldn't help but smile. "If he dares to do anything to you, I'll teach him a lesson." Yi Qian was instantly amused. She laughed out loud. She looked at Captain Xia, who was sitting upright and still. Then, she looked at Li Jinyan and said in a crisp voice, "Then I'll have to trouble you in the future, brother." "It's no trouble. It's what I should do." Li Jinyan, who was answering seriously, glanced at Xia Jinyuan. When he retracted his gaze, a cold light flashed in his dark eyes. The first thing he had to do was to discuss with him not to hug his sister all the time. The smile on Yi Qian's face deepened. It felt good to have a brother protecting her. Chapter 22:39. Ever since she was young, she had always envied the children in the village who had older siblings. Every time they were bullied by other children, the first ones to stand up for them would not be their parents, but their older siblings. They would protect their younger siblings like a mother hen protecting her chicks. At that time, she was especially envious of them. Later on, when Ying was bullied by other children, she still foolishly rushed up to protect her. In the end, when she returned to the Yi family, what she received was not praise, but a beating and scolding. Yi Ying complained to Sun Dongqing, saying that Sun Dongqing and the other children in the village bullied her and even helped the children hit her. Since then, Sun Dongqing had never done such a stupid thing as protecting Yi Ying as an older sister. However, in her heart, she still hoped that she would have an older brother or sister to protect her. She naively thought that one day, an older brother or sister would appear and block Sun Dongqing's scolding and beating for her. Her naive and silly childhood dream suddenly came true one day. The older brother, who walked in front of her, was a special forces soldier who could take on 10 people by himself. Yi Qian felt that by calling him older brother, she had actually taken advantage of him. Xia Jinyuan, who had received 2 consecutive glances, glanced at Li Jinyan, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. A brother-in-law was a creature that either ignored everything or was reasonable in everything. Just by looking at his expression, Xia Jinyuan knew that he was a brother-in-law who was reasonable in everything. With a brother-in-law who was reasonable in everything, his life would not be easy. It did not matter, as long as Little Fox's life was good and she was happy. Moreover, Li Jinyan, this brother-in-law, was not at home all year round. When he returned to the capital, Little Fox might not return. One was in the navy, and the other was in the army. They would not be able to see each other often. Even if his brother-in-law was reasonable in everything, they would only see each other for a few days. As for Xia Jinyuan, he would just have to bear with it. With that thought, Xia Jinyuan immediately let out a long sigh of relief. He did not disturb the old man's family reunion and continued to sit quietly by the side. His eyes were filled with encouragement as he gently gazed at Yi Qian. The old man also noticed that something was amiss. His originally kind gaze instantly turned sharp as it fell on the young man whom he had only briefly glanced at earlier. He was a major and had good looks. His facial features were well defined. His eyes were not bad either. He had military might and righteousness. His height was about the same as his grandson's. He was tall and straight. Judging from his appearance, he was a good young man. Seeing that the old man was sizing him up, Xia Jinyuan, who had been sitting upright, smiled politely at the old man and gracefully allowed the old man to look at him. This time, it was as if he was accompanying the little fox back to her parents' home, while he himself was visiting the Yu clan. The only mistake he made was that he did not bring any gifts to visit them. The old man liked young people who were bright, intelligent, and as bright as the moon. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's neither servile nor overbearing attitude, he couldn't help but secretly nod his head. The oppressive and sorrowful atmosphere instantly relaxed when Yi Qian called him brother. The old man, who blamed himself for not knowing that he had a granddaughter for more than 20 years, placed Li Jinyan's hand on top of Yi Qian's and said earnestly, "The two of you are very close. As an older brother, you should know how to give in to each other and protect your younger sister. As a younger sister, you should know how to be considerate of your older brother and take care of him more. One of you is from the Navy, while the other is from the Army. It's not easy for you to meet each other. If you have time, write to each other more often and get to know each other, okay? What's the most important thing for a family? The most important thing is to think about each other, care for each other, and not drift apart. Once you drift apart, your feelings will fade. When you want to find each other again, no matter how hard you try, there will always be a ravine in the end." Chapter 22:40. The fact that old Master Fu was able to overcome adversity time and time again had a lot to do with his open-minded personality. And now, the world-renowned old master was using his lifetime of experience to teach Yi Qian and the others how to behave and how to face adversity with composure. As the topic revolved around Yi Qian, the mood gradually changed from heavy to light. 2 hours later, the emotional old master was a little tired. The attentive Yi Qian gently held the old man's arm and said, "Grandpa, I'll accompany you back to your room to rest for a while. When you wake up, I'll chat with you again." Okay. You don't have to accompany me. Chat with your brother." After receiving his granddaughter's concern, the old man felt particularly comfortable. Even his dispirited spirit was swept away. "Later, you can tell Grandpa about your childhood and your mother. Later, you can write a letter to your father and let him know that he will be happy." Yi Qian nodded obediently and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Please get up slowly. Don't get up too quickly." With her taking care of old Master Fu, Li Jinmian did not have to interfere. Seeing Yi Qian carefully and steadily supporting old Master Fu back to his room, he said to Xia Jinyuan, "My sister will definitely stay here when she comes back. As for your side, Grandpa will never agree to let her stay there." Xia Jinyuan had already expected this. Hearing this, he calmly replied, "That's normal. Of course, she has to accompany her grandfather. When the time comes, I'll accompany her to visit Grandpa. Before our relationship is fully disclosed, Captain Xia, it's more appropriate for you to address my grandfather as Old Master." As her brother, Li Jinmian began to openly protect and pamper his sister. "My sister is still young. In the past, it was all thanks to your help. Our entire family is very grateful to you. But since she's back, as her brother, I naturally have to share some of her burdens and solve some of her problems. Before your relationship with my sister is fully disclosed, it's better not to worry too much. Otherwise, if word gets out, she'll be affected. After all, she's still a military school student. There was a written rule that military school students were prohibited from dating. Once discovered, they would be severely punished." Xia Jinyuan felt depressed when he heard her say, "Before our relationship is made public." Of course, he knew that military school students were not allowed to date, so his current identity was still that of a secret boyfriend. Only a few brothers in his team knew about it. He had guessed correctly. Demon King Li treated Yi Qian like an elder brother who would take care of everything. In the future, as long as he felt that he had wronged Yi Qian, he would definitely step forward to teach him a lesson. It was a good thing that Yi Qian had a brother to pamper him, but it was not a good thing that he had a brother-in-law to control him. What I'm saying now doesn't have much weight in front of you. After all, you've helped Yi Qian too much. You've far surpassed me, your brother that you've just acknowledged. But now that you've become my sister's boyfriend, as her brother, it's inevitable that I have to be more lenient. I don't want my sister to suffer any grievances, and I don't want to see you hugging my sister in front of me." Li Jinmian, who always pampered his sister, had a serious expression on his face. His voice was so cold that it was almost chilly. "She's an unmarried woman. You have to be careful of your image." At this moment, Xia Jinyuan's understanding of the Demon King had been completely overturned. The Demon King he knew was cold and taciturn. If he had something to say, he would say it in 5 words. If he could express it with his eyes, he would never say it out loud. Chapter 2241. However, the devil in front of him was nagging endlessly. He was no longer as cold and taciturn as he usually was. It was as if he had become a completely different person. Xia Jinyuan did not know whether to laugh or cry. His identity had changed, but his personality had also changed. However, he was indeed very concerned about Little Fox, which was why he spoke so sincerely to him. Therefore, he did not dislike it. Li Jinmian was naturally very satisfied with Xia Jinyuan. The two of them had known each other for almost 7 years. From the beginning of the basic military training, to later when they became rivals, and then when they were assigned to different posts, they had always kept in touch. It could be said that they were both friends and rivals. Now, based on Xia Jinyuan's love and care for his sister, and the fact that he might become his brother-in-law, there were some things that he had to say, even if it made him uncomfortable. Although I don't know how much my sister has suffered in the past, she has a maturity that does not match her age. I also know that she has lived a hard life in the past. Xia Jinyuan, I am very grateful for your care for my sister. I will remember it for the rest of my life and will never forget it. However, I still have to say a few words that I don't like. This is my position as her brother, so I have to say them. Although you and my sister are in a relationship and you know what to do, as her brother, I don't want her to be hurt because of a relationship. I did not participate in her life in the past, but I will definitely participate in her life in the future. Of course, you don't have to worry about what I will do. I will only appear when you bully my sister. His sister was his closest relative, and she was the apple of the Fu family's eye. How could he allow others to bully her? Xia Jinyuan listened carefully with a serious expression. He nodded and said, "Little Fox must have suffered a lot more than you can imagine. When I first saw her, she was thin and weak like a monkey. Later, I found out that she grew up being beaten and scolded. My heart ached for her situation, and I couldn't help but pay more attention to her life. Growing up with beatings and scoldings." Li Jinmian's heart was deeply pierced by these words. His sister lived a hard life without parents. She was beaten, scolded, and insulted by others. However, as her closest relatives, they didn't know anything about it. He said in a low voice, "These people don't even think about escaping. If he didn't take care of them one by one, he wouldn't be worthy of being Yi Qian's brother." With a cold look in his eyes, he asked Xia Jinyuan, "Who bullied my sister? Please tell me one by one." Fortunately, there aren't many of them. One of them is already dead, and there's also Yi Jifan's family of 3. They aren't much of a threat anymore, and we're almost done with them. The only one left is Yi Jifan, who can't be taken down yet. At the mention of Yi Jifan, Xia Jinyuan's face darkened. Even the Commission for Discipline Inspection could not find out anything about him. It was obvious how difficult it was to deal with him. Li Jinmian pursed his lips. A person who couldn't be taken down yet meant that he was difficult to deal with. His cold face darkened as he glanced in the direction of the bedroom. He lowered his voice and said, "Back then, my uncle was suddenly recalled for an inspection and was grounded for a year. After that, my aunt left the army and went missing. Grandfather tried to find out more, but he couldn't find anything. Even if Hong Mei isn't my aunt's real name, as long as the army is real, it's impossible that there wouldn't be any clues. Moreover, after my aunt died, it's impossible that the army didn't know anything about her. Grandfather tried to find her many times, but to no avail. I suspect that someone is secretly preventing grandfather from finding my aunt." Chapter 2242. Xia Jinyuan was amazed by Li Jinmian's keen senses. He was quite impressive to be able to detect the abnormality from this point alone. Since he was Yi Qian's brother, and now he kept calling her, my sister, then there was no need to hide the investigation from him. You guessed right, someone is indeed behind this. Before Xia Jinyuan could finish his sentence, Li Jinmian, who was sitting opposite him, glared at him fiercely. Xia Jinyuan, who was unaffected, said slowly with a calm expression, "After martyr Sun Xueqing sacrificed herself, all information about her was erased. Moreover, there are many problems with her sacrifice. It is very likely that she was secretly killed by her own people. Now, the military commission and the military department have secretly set up an investigation team to fully investigate martyr Sun Xueqing's sacrifice. The reason why I stopped you from investigating Yi Qian yesterday was because of this. I didn't want you to suddenly interfere and disrupt the military commission's investigation. There is also a very important person, Yi Jifan, whom I mentioned just now. This person is very cunning. After martyr Sun Xueqing's sacrifice, he rose from a small village official to the current chief of the Southern Province Construction Bureau. He has a very powerful force supporting him. Yi Qian and I suspect that this force is very likely related to martyr Sun Xueqing's death. In the Yi family, Yi Qian has an aunt. Her husband, Sun Yaozu, was an old acquaintance of martyr Sun Xueqing. Before martyr Sun Xueqing sacrificed herself, someone gave her a sum of money and deliberately misled martyr Sun Xueqing, who was on a mission. Martyr Sun Xueqing realized that something was wrong. Before she was killed, she took a dagger in her hand and prepared to kill Sun Yaozu. At that moment, a person wearing the same combat uniform shot her. Before she fell, Martyr Sun Xueqing only had time to blind one of Sun Yaozu's eyes. Before Yi Qian walked out of the bedroom, Xia Jinyuan told him everything that he already knew. When she walked out, she saw Li Jinyan's back stiffened and he exuded a cold aura that warned people not to come near him. Hearing her footsteps, he turned around. His cold black eyes were actually faintly red as he stared deeply at her. His eyes seemed to contain 1,000 words that he couldn't say. "Come and sit," he said. Xia Jinyuan said, "I told your brother some things. He is very angry now, really angry." So it was because of her. Yi Qian felt a warmth in his heart as he walked over. "Brother, don't be angry. I just want to find the truth now, so I'm not that angry anymore. The Central Military Commission told me very clearly that this matter involves a lot of things, and it's not something that can be solved in a few days. The implications are too deep, and we need to take it one step at a time. As long as the Military Commission doesn't give up, I've waited for so many years. I'm not afraid to wait another year or so." The more sensible and understanding she was, the more Li Jinyan's heart felt stifled. When he spoke, his usually cold voice was extremely hoarse. "Leave these things to me. Focus on your studies. Don't be too depressed. Who did this to Auntie? Who is the mastermind behind Yijifan? Leave it all to me. Just focus on being the eldest daughter of the Fu family. Don't worry, I'm here to take care of everything." Having a brother was a wonderful feeling. He was supporting her, sheltering her from the wind and rain, and guarding her home. Faced with such a doting brother-in-law, Xia Jinyuan was a little jealous. He wanted to sit down and hold her hand, but when he thought of his brother-in-law who was still fresh out of the oven, Xia Jinyuan controlled himself. Chapter 22:43. He could resist the urge to hold her hand, but he couldn't resist the urge to speak. Hence, a jealous Xia Jinyuan said in a deep voice, "That's what I said too. Don't shoulder everything by yourself. Leave it to us men." With that, he raised his eyebrows slightly and smiled faintly. "Little fox, you have me and your brother in the future. You can't hide anything from us and face difficulties alone." He's right. Your problems are my problems. I won't allow you to hide anything from me. Li Jinyan agreed. He looked sternly at Yi Qian, who was sitting on the sofa in the middle of the room, and said seriously, "I'll be a very competent brother. I'll protect you in the future. I won't let you suffer any grievances. And I won't let you be bullied." His gaze shifted from Yi Qian's face to Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting opposite him. He looked directly at him with his cold eyes. "Including him. I can't bear to let my lover suffer any grievances. If one day, as a brother, I let my little sister suffer any grievances, I'm afraid I'll have to offend the Devil King." Xia Jinyuan immediately replied and rudely retorted. "You have a great chance of offending me." Li Jinyan replied rudely. His voice was even colder than before. "My little sister chose you. I don't object. But if you dare to betray her, Xia Jinyuan, don't even think about living a good life." He used to think that Xia Jinyuan was a good soldier, but that was as a comrade. But now, as an older brother, he was much more picky. He used to think that Xia Jinyuan was worthy of Yi Qian, but now, he had to observe him carefully. Li Jinyan's gaze turned even colder at the thought of handing over his only sister to Xia Jinyuan. He couldn't let Xia Jinyuan marry his little sister so easily. He had to observe him carefully. But in the end, he still had to see what his little sister wanted. He respected all her wishes. "Don't worry, I'll depend on my little fox for the rest of my life. She's the only one who doesn't want me." He had set his mind on the little fox and hoped that the two of them could get married soon and give birth to a few little radishes. Oh, a few little radishes didn't work. They had to give birth to a little radish. They could only give birth to a little radish. Since he had already thought of giving birth to a little radish, how could he let the little fox down? That was impossible. Xia Jinyuan had always been confident in himself. He only wanted to hide the lover he had chased after for so many years at home. No one was allowed to see her. How could he let her down? This was something that would never happen even in several lifetimes. Yi Qian finally understood why there was so much tension between the two men. It was undeniable that it felt good to be the center of attention. She had a brother who doted on her, a grandfather who doted on her, a lover who loved her, and a father who still didn't know of her existence. The hardships of her previous life had been exchanged for a reunion in this life. It was worth it, it was really worth it. She pursed her lips and smiled. If either of you bullies me, I'll tell Grandpa. I'll ask him to come out and teach the two of you a lesson. Gu Panlio's eyes were bright and spirited. Her beautiful face glowed with the most beautiful colors. If Captain Xia bullies me, I can also tell the Commander-in-Chief. The Commander-in-Chief told me personally that if you dare to bully me, he'll whip you. How would I dare to bully you? Old man Xia treats you like his own daughter and treats me like an adopted son. Xia Jinyuan saw her bright smile and her eyes were as bright as stars. There wasn't a trace of gloominess in them. The smile on his handsome face became even gentler. Chapter 22:44. His little fox was very beautiful. The sadness that had occasionally appeared in her eyes was gone. This was what he hoped for. He only hoped that she would live a carefree life. Li Jinyan smiled faintly. His sister was very smart. What she said just now was to tell him that she was on good terms with Xia Jinyuan and had the Commander-in-Chief's support. She wanted him to be at ease. That's good, that's good. He only hoped that there would be no more haze or sadness in her life. Whatever she wanted to do, he would definitely support her. Whatever she wanted, he would do everything he could to get it for her. And if she wanted to be with the person she loved, he would also silently support her. Commander-in-Chief Xia's call interrupted the three of them. Yi Qian took out his cell phone, looked at it, and immediately picked it up. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was standing in the ward, saw that Yi Qian picked up the call in less than 3 seconds. He was slightly relieved. Xiao Yi, where are you and old Six? His mother is in the ward now. Come back and see her first. Madame Xiao was in the ward. Yi Qian's expression turned serious. We are outside now. It will take about an hour to get back. Please wait for a while. Then he quickly said to Xia Jinyuan, Madame Xiao is here to see you. Go back quickly. Give me the cell phone. Xia Jinyuan, who had a faint smile on his handsome face, stood up and took the cell phone from Yi Qian indifferently. He walked out. Li Jinyan saw this and could not help but frown. Commander-in-Chief Xia's divorce was not a secret in the military. He also knew a little about it. However, from what he saw just now, it seemed that Xia Jinyuan did not have any feelings for his mother. Madame Xiao is a woman with a strong personality. She left Captain Xia in pursuit of freedom, so Captain Xia did not have deep feelings for her. Yi Qian had already seen him frown slightly. He explained the reason implicitly and defended his boyfriend. Ms. Zhao's departure hurt Captain Xia a little. Later on, some things happened, so Captain Xia didn't have much motherly affection for her. Li Jinyan couldn't help but laugh when he saw her anxiously defending Xia Jinyuan. Sister, you're already so loyal to him before you're married. As his older brother, I might have to play the villain a few times. Xia Jinyuan is a soldier, and I respect him a lot. But if he wants to be my brother-in-law, it won't be that easy. As your elder brother, I have to take care of your marriage. I can't be careless. Who said that the Demon King was cold and taciturn? He was clearly good at talking. Yi Qian silently wiped the cold sweat off her boyfriend. She smiled sweetly and said, I didn't say that I would marry Captain Xia right away. He still has a shady identity. Other than those close to him and a few of our comrades know a little about it, the rest of the people don't know about my relationship with Captain Xia. The tall man had already walked out of sight. A trace of worry flashed through Yi Qian's smiling eyes. She turned serious and said, Brother, Captain Xia is more than just a boyfriend to me. All these years, he's been holding my hand and telling me what I should do and what I should do. I can't get to where I am today without him. Without Captain Xia, perhaps I wouldn't be where I am today. Brother, did you know? It was also Captain Xia's request to send me to train under you. He personally suggested to Major General Yang that I could train under you. He also told me that you're the soldier he admires the most. Being able to train under you for a few days is better than being able to train under you for a year. Chapter 22:45. Yi Qian's eyes were full of tenderness when she talked about Xia Jinyuan with her family. Li Jinyan could feel how much she loved Xia Jinyuan. If it wasn't for his arrangement, I might not have known about you, Grandpa, and Dad. I might still be living with the hatred of being abandoned because of Mom. Brother, Captain Xia is very important to me. He has become a part of my life that I can't let go of. My life has long been linked to his. I know you want to test Captain Xia for my own good, but I can't bear to do that. So, brother, I have to ask you to be magnanimous and let him go. When he heard Li Jinyan's serious expression, he couldn't help but reconsider the importance of Xia Jinyuan in his sister's heart. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard her say, "Be magnanimous and let him go." Okay. I won't make things difficult for him. You can't bear for him to be sad, and I can't bear for you to be sad. Li Jinyan waved his hand. His cold, handsome face broke into a faint smile. I know you're worried about him. Go take a look. Yi Qian got up and left. Li Jinyan looked at his sister's anxious figure and couldn't help but laugh. Then, he sighed softly. His sister was still too inexperienced. Sometimes, she would be at a disadvantage when compared to Xia Jinyuan, who was once the #1 playboy in the capital. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given Xia Jinyuan a warning on their first day together. Although his sister understood that he was doing it for her own good, she didn't understand why he said it. He was just telling Xia Jinyuan that the girl he loved now had her family backing her up. This was Li Jinyan's sister, who was pure and kind. Xia Jinyuan was a responsible man. He couldn't deny that he was relieved when he heard from his sister that the commander-in-chief knew about their relationship and was completely on his sister's side. Family Xia was different from the Fu family. Although the Fu family was wealthy, they were born into a business family. On the other hand, family Xia was an aristocratic family with roots in the imperial city. After all, there was a difference between family Xia and family Xia. No matter how responsible Xia Jinyuan was, he would still be worried that his family Xia would be wronged. Now that she had the approval of the commander-in-chief, her sister's life would undoubtedly be more comfortable in the future. With Xia Jinyuan's love, the commander-in-chief's approval, and his sister's extraordinary abilities, he really didn't have to worry about his sister being bullied by Xia Jinyuan. He might even get to see Xia Jinyuan being bullied by his sister. The smile on Li Jinyan's cold face deepened when he thought about how his former rival would be bullied by his younger sister. Yi Qian, who had chased after him, had no idea what her brother was thinking. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's cold footsteps, she couldn't help but feel even more worried. Madam Xiao, I appreciate your kindness. I'm outside now and won't be able to come back in a short time. You don't have to wait for me. Xia Jinyuan, who really didn't have any feelings for his biological mother, said politely, "Please put my father on the phone. I'll ask him to send you away." He was very calm, but not indifferent. He was very distant, but he was also very polite. To him, she was just a stranger. Madame Xiao, who was holding the phone tightly, closed her eyes in pain. Fortunately, she turned around and didn't let her ex-husband see her gaffe. Unwilling to leave just like that, she said softly, "Ah Yuan, if it's not convenient for you to rush back to the hospital, I'll come and find you, okay? Your father said you were injured. I was very worried and wanted to see you." Chapter 22:46. Xia Jinyuan wanted to laugh, but before he could answer, he heard familiar footsteps behind him. He could tell that she was worried about him. She turned around and smiled gently at Yi Jian, who was chasing after her, to reassure her. Then, she continued, "You really don't have to run back and forth. I can walk out of the hospital. What problem can there be? It's really nothing serious, just a flesh wound. Did he really have to tell her that he didn't want to see her? He didn't want to say it. After all, she had given birth to him. It would be too hurtful to say it out loud. Because of the Xia family's upbringing, they would not allow him to harm a biological mother who had given birth to him. The only thing he could do was politely distance himself from her. Yi Qian felt relieved when she heard his calm tone and the calm expression on his handsome face. Ms. Xiao was still Captain Xia's biological mother. His biological mother had hurt him in the past, so much so that he still couldn't forget about it. She was afraid that he would be upset when he recalled the past. After hanging up the phone, Xia Jinyuan saw that she was relieved for him. He put his phone back into his pocket and pulled her into his arms with his long arms. Yi Jian, who was 1.68 meters tall, was considered tall. However, in the arms of Xia Jinyuan, who was 1.80 meters tall, she looked especially petite. The tall and straight man was wearing a handsome military uniform. He was holding a girl who was also wearing a handsome military uniform. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the bright sunlight was especially eye-catching. They were also a perfect couple. You're so worried about me? Ms. Xiao is so worried because of a phone call. Xia Jinyuan hugged his lover's petite body. The innate coldness between his brows was completely replaced by tenderness. Don't worry. I told you last time that Ms. Xiao is indeed an insignificant stranger to me. Although she gave birth to me, the things she did after that more or less offset the debt of giving birth to me. We don't owe each other anything. Yi Qian liked the feeling of being hugged by him. He arched his back slightly, and she only needed to tiptoe to rest her chin on his broad shoulders. She then wrapped her arms under his armpits and held on tightly to his shoulders. She liked this kind of hug. It was very reassuring and heartwarming. You said that we have to talk about everything between us except for business matters. Captain Xia, if you have something on your mind, you should tell me as well. Yi Qian, whose waist was tightly held by him, spoke softly. She even rubbed her head against his neck like a puppy. You know everything about me. I want to know about you too. You want to know why I don't have any feelings for Miss Shaw? Xia Jinyuan guessed what she meant. He suddenly lifted her up as if he was carrying a child. Startled, Yi Qian immediately reached out to support herself on his shoulders, not daring to let him carry her. Your injury. Put me down. Yi Qian panicked. Her delicate face changed color. However, he did not let her go. He used a little more force to lift her up. Yi Qian was suddenly half a head taller than him. She had to lower her head to look at him and talk. If you don't move, my injury will definitely be fine. Xia Jinyuan laughed deeply. He loved the way she panicked when she saw him. She was like a little bird that could only flutter in his palm, inviting him to love her tenderly. Could it be that his brother-in-law, Li Jinyan, noticed that he liked to tease little Fox, so he gave him a warning on the first day? Suddenly, Xia Jinyuan felt a chill in his heart. He liked to tease little Fox because his heart was itching. However, in the eyes of the devil and old master, it would be seen as him bullying little Fox. Chapter 2247. That would not do. He had to restrain himself. Now that his little Fox had a family, he had to respect his father-in-law's family. Xia Jinyuan did not dare to be presumptuous anymore, especially since they were still in Li Jinyan's territory. He had to restrain himself even more. Put me down first. You're injured and yet you're still so naughty. Yi Qian was worried about him and stopped struggling, but he did not let him do as he pleased. Put me down, or I'll call my brother out to teach you a lesson. This was the benefit of having a brother. As soon as he called out, someone would immediately rush out to protect him. Xia Jinyuan's laughter became deeper and more joyful. My little ancestor, you're already so naughty. Major Xia, who had just regained his senses, gently let go of Yi Qian's smug expression. He looked at her bright eyes and white teeth under the sunlight, and his heart went numb. He could not help but lower his head and kiss her cheek. You're getting bolder now that you have someone to rely on. His future life would be tough. He had a brother-in-law who kept a close eye on him, and a father-in-law whom he had never met. He did not know what his father-in-law's personality was like. The Fu family had always kept a low profile, and he did not even know what his father-in-law did. He heard from his brother-in-law that his father-in-law had not returned home for a few years, just like his third brother. He had been transferred to the Northwest for 4 years and had not returned home. He had not even called. Those who did not know would think that he had been missing for a few years. His father-in-law's situation was similar to his third brother's. He had to ask the devil about it later. Yi Qian had already looked around and said nervously, "Be careful. There are old scientists living nearby. It's not good to be seen by them." Then, his face turned serious again. "You don't pay attention to the injury on your waist. I'll handcuff you to the hospital bed later. Let's see if you can still do anything. I'll handcuff you too. I won't go anywhere." Xia Jinyuan, who had stolen the kiss, smiled and did not do anything else. He was also worried that his brother-in-law would rush out of the house. Thinking of the devil's warning, Xia Jinyuan chuckled. "The devil said that I'm not allowed to hug you casually in the future. What should I do? I'm a little scared that we have to be supervised when we're dating." Was he scared? Otherwise, he wouldn't have hugged and kissed her just now. Yi Qian smiled and glared at him. "What are you afraid of? Are you trying to get me to coax you again?" She raised her eyebrows slightly, and there was a sly and proud smile in her bright eyes. "Captain Xia, I already have a brother, and he just told me that if you dare to bully me, my brother will seek justice for me. So, Captain Xia, don't tease me in the future. Otherwise, I'll tell my brother." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Jinyuan did not say anything. Instead, she laughed heartily. Perhaps it was because she was so happy that tears came out of the corners of her eyes. Gradually, tears flowed out of her eyes, and her bright eyes became watery. "Captain Xia, I have a grandfather and an older brother. I haven't seen my father, but I've been looking for him. Captain Xia, I'm so happy. What should I do? I'm so happy that I want to cry again." She laughed and cried again. With one hand holding the corner of Xia Jinyuan's shirt, she kept wiping her tears with the other. "Why am I crying again? I don't want to cry. I want to laugh. I'm too happy." He knew that she was too happy. Although she was crying, her dark eyes were especially bright. Raising his hand to wipe away her tears, Xia Jinyuan smiled gently. "I'm happy for you too. Sometimes, the tears that flow out are not because you're sad, but because you're too happy." Chapter 22:48. Look at how happy you are. You're like a little kitten, crying and laughing at the same time. Do you really want to ask brother-in-law to teach me a lesson? Little fox, you found someone to back you up. You're even more daring now. Why don't we cry inside? I'm sure brother-in-law will send me flying with a punch. Who told me to make his sister cry? Be good, you have to feel sorry for me. As an injured person, I'm no match for brother-in-law. I'll be beaten black and blue. I won't be able to show my face at the military promotion ceremony tomorrow. His little fox had been bullied too much when she was young. No one helped her or stood up for her. Therefore, when her brother, the devil, said that if she was bullied in the future, he would stand up for her and teach them a lesson, it would definitely evoke her childhood trauma and remind her of the hardships and difficulties she had suffered as a child. Just now, she was proudly showing off to him that she had a brother. Her face was as innocent as a child's, as if she was making up for her childhood hopes. This kind of little fox made his heart ache so much that it was twisting. Yi Qian thought about Captain Xia being beaten black and blue. She cried and laughed at the same time. No, I'll persuade my brother when the time comes. Little girl, you're getting more and more cocky. Xia Jinyuan didn't know what to do with her. She kept mentioning, my brother. His slender fingers wiped away the last drop of tears at the corner of her eyes. He said helplessly, I'm getting a little jealous now. If it was in the past, you would always be Captain Xia, Captain Xia. You would look for Captain Xia if you needed anything, and look for Captain Xia if you didn't need anything. Now, you're looking for your brother. Little fox, I'm starting to get jealous. Hearing what he said, Yi Qian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. My brother is different from you. He's my family's pillar of support, and you're the pillar of support I can't live without. What's there to be jealous of? This was a little tricky. She still wanted to stay with her brother tonight to accompany her grandfather. Then, there would be no one to take care of Captain Xia. The words, pillar of support I can't live without, made Xia Jinyuan's heart palpitate. He held Yi Qian's cheeks with both hands without saying a word. His deep eyes stared at Yi Qian without blinking. He then slowly planted a kiss on those delicate lips that made his heart palpitate. He raised his head and said gently, I'll tell you about Madame Xiao tomorrow. You can accompany the old man tonight. Come with Li Jinyan tomorrow morning. I'm worried that old man Xia will be waiting for me in the hospital. I have to go back to the hospital first. He could ignore Ms. Xiao, but he was worried about old man Xia. In fact, Captain Xia and the commander-in-chief had a very close father-son relationship. It was just that both father and son liked to make things difficult for each other whenever they met. Yi Qian also wanted to stay and accompany her grandfather. Just as she was thinking about how to bring it up, he had already said it himself. Her heart felt warm. She looked up at the handsome and elegant man and said softly, Okay, I'll ask my brother to send you back to the hospital. When you see the commander-in-chief, apologize on my behalf. He knew that it was difficult for her to say it, so he took the initiative to say it. It was because he kept her every move in his heart that he noticed her hesitation. Her brother said that he wanted to make things difficult for her, so he taught him a lesson. How could Captain Xia, who cared so much about her, make things difficult for her? He doted on her for so many years. How could he make things difficult for her? Xia Jinyuan still didn't ask Li Jinyan to send him back. The old man's mood had fluctuated too much in the morning, and he had a cerebral thrombosis. He was afraid that something unexpected might happen and catch Yi Qian off guard. He only asked Li Jinyan to drive him to the entrance of the park before he took a taxi back to the hospital. By the time Yi Qian finished lunch with the old man, Xia Jinyuan had already returned to the ward. Chapter 2249. Yuan. Mrs. Xiao, who had not left, saw her tall and handsome son finally return to the ward. She was so surprised that she stood up from the stool and quickly walked up to him. Yuan, are your injuries serious? Let me take a look. She was not faking her concern. She really cared about her only son. Unfortunately, a missed opportunity was a missed opportunity. Xia Jinyuan did not care about her at all. He stepped away from her and stood aside with a faint smile. Thank you for your concern. I just changed the gauze this morning, so I can't let you take a look. His attitude was neither cold nor warm. He treated her with the courtesy of an ordinary relative. I see. Then I'll take a look when I change the gauze. Mrs. Xiao retracted her hand awkwardly and chased after him to the bedside. She asked in a delicate voice, Have you eaten lunch? Are you hungry? I brought some fruit, including your favorite banana. Let me get it for you. She wanted to mend the relationship between mother and son, but Xia Jinyuan refused. He sneered and said lightly, You're welcome. My father and I don't like bananas. It's a waste for you to buy them. But you used to. She remembered that Yuan used to like bananas very much. Only old Xia did not like bananas. Mrs. Xiao was surprised at first, but when she saw the indifference in Xia Jinyuan's eyes, she could no longer say, But you used to like bananas. Yes, that was a long time ago. Her son had grown up, and she was old. Some things had changed. Mrs. Xiao stared at her grown son and smiled bitterly. I really shouldn't have come today. I thought about whether I should or not, but I still came. Looking at her unmoved and indifferent son, Mrs. Xiao knew that she should leave. She got up and said to Commander-in-Chief Xia, Old Xia, sorry to trouble you today. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had already gotten over his ex-wife's actions, nodded slightly and said to Xia Jinyuan, who looked indifferent, your mother is also worried about you. I know. Xia Jinyuan smiled and turned to Miss Xiao, who was so upset that she turned away. Thank you for coming to see me today, but this is how I am. Please understand. Mrs. Xiao, who couldn't stand her son's politeness, nodded her head carelessly. She clutched her bag tightly and said, I'll leave first. Then, she staggered out of the ward. Commander-in-Chief Xia sighed softly and turned around to send his ex-wife out of the hospital. If he had known this would happen, why did he do it in the first place? By the time he thought about making it up to her, sixth brother was already past the age where he needed maternal love. When he ran out of the ward, he saw that his ex-wife had not left. Instead, she was leaning against the cold wall with her head raised high, trying hard to force back the tears in her eyes. Commander-in-Chief Xia approached and stood in front of his ex-wife. He said in a deep voice, Sixth sister has grown up. There are many things that I can't control. I know. Today. Thank you. Mrs. Xiao forced her tears back and pressed the corners of her eyes with her hand. When she stood still, her face returned to its usual dignified state. She said in a dry voice, I didn't expect him to be so polite to me like a guest. He wasn't fierce, he didn't scold me, and he was very polite. Old Xia, you taught Yuan well. You've worked hard all these years. Commander-in-Chief Xia smiled. I didn't take care of him much. He grew up on his own. He paused for a moment and his face became serious. His voice was much deeper. You haven't answered my previous question. How did you find out that sixth brother was in the hospital? Chapter 2250. Mrs. Xiao froze for a moment. Why are you so serious all of a sudden? Is it important that I know Yuan is injured? Yes, it's very important. Commander-in-Chief Xia stared at his ex-wife with sharp eyes. His cold and deep voice was tense, revealing a sharpness that made Mrs. Xiao panic. You need to tell me very seriously. Mrs. Xiao, who didn't take it seriously, restrained all her expression. Her ex-husband's seriousness made her feel even more uneasy. This morning, old Du's daughter, Jai, accompanied Xinglan to the hospital for a physical examination. When she got out of the car, she accidentally saw Yuan leaving in a car, so she called me and told me that she saw Yuan in the hospital. Mrs. Xiao explained seriously, afraid that her ex-husband would misunderstand, and said, I asked this child to go to the border for me to inquire about Yuan's whereabouts. Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned and stared at his ex-wife, as if to confirm whether she was lying or not. After a while, he asked, then how did you know that Yuan was injured? How would I know that Yuan was injured? Mrs. Xiao smiled bitterly as if she had been soaked in gold thread. I didn't know. I just remembered that Yuan didn't like to go to the hospital since he was young. It was impossible for him to come to the hospital for no reason, so I called to ask you. It turned out that he had also been tricked by his ex-wife. Commander-in-Chief Xia was slightly relieved, but there were some things he had to remind his ex-wife. Although his son didn't recognize her, the relationship between mother and son could not be changed no matter what. You know the relationship between family Xia and the Du family. Although you have been good friends with old Du's wife for many years, I hope you can distinguish between your good friend and your son. For the sake of his only son, Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't mind his relationship with his ex-wife strained. His usually dignified and deep voice was cold and sharp as he reminded his ex-wife, if you insist on putting your good friend first, I don't mind using extreme means to make you never set foot in our country again. It was not just a reminder, but a warning. Mrs. Zhao's body swayed slightly. Her hands, which were holding her handbag, were so strong that her veins were bulging. She was very angry, but she endured it. She was afraid of disturbing Xia Jinyuan in the ward, so she lowered her angry voice. Xia Xinhui, in your eyes, am I someone who doesn't even care about her own son's life? Something like that. Facing his ex-wife's anger, Commander-in-Chief Xia said calmly, Sixth brother thinks so too. More or less. Sixth brother thinks so too. Hearing this, all of Madame Zhao's anger disappeared. In an instant, there was no color in her eyes, only darkness. Don't worry. Between my best friend and my son, I will naturally choose my son. The anger and questioning just now seemed to have exhausted all her strength. She grabbed the handrail on the wall of the hospital for patients to walk slowly with one hand. She seemed to have aged a lot in an instant and said softly, I came here this time to see my son and tell you and my son that old Du seems to be interested in Yuan. Since the last time I met Yuan, old Du and his wife have been asking about Yuan, intentionally or unintentionally. I know even less about Yuan's current situation than the couple. It's useless to ask me. Today, Jai called me. At the same time, I was surprised and even more certain that old Du has his eyes on Yuan. Taking a deep breath, Madame Xiao, who was still elegant no matter how embarrassed she was, looked at her ex-husband tiredly. Facing her ex-husband's vigilance and thinking of her own son's indifference, Madame Xiao knew that she would have to live the rest of her life in pain for the sins she had committed in the first half of her life. Retribution, retribution, this was what the Buddhist scriptures called karma. Chapter 22:51. Tell Yuan to be careful. You don't have to worry about Qinglan. I won't say that Yuan is injured. After saying that, Madame Xiao held on to the armrest and slowly turned around. She walked very slowly, her hand never leaving the armrest. She walked out of the sight of Commander-in-Chief Xia so slowly and gracefully. One good thing about Madame Xiao was that she didn't make promises easily, but she wouldn't make any mistakes when she did. Old Du is probably suspicious about what you've been doing in the army. Commander-in-Chief Xia returned to the ward, his dignified face still cold. He said in a deep voice, you and Xiaoyi should come back to Beijing as little as possible in the future. Old Du was different from other people. He was the deputy chief of staff of the General Staff Department. Although the information of all the soldiers in the Snowfield Brigade was top secret, he still had to be careful that old Du didn't touch the border. The door of the ward wasn't closed tightly. Xia Jinyuan, who was lying on the bed, heard the conversation outside clearly. Compared to Commander-in-Chief Xia's seriousness, he was much more relaxed. I'm afraid it will be a little difficult. Your daughter-in-law has found her family. She will definitely come back to Beijing as long as she has time off. If she comes back and I happen to be on leave, I will definitely come back with her. Found her family? Commander-in-Chief Xia, who still didn't know what was going on, frowned. Speak clearly. Don't beat around the bush. Speak half of it and leave half of it out. It's a long story. Xia Jinyuan, whose mood wasn't affected by Madame Zhao's visit, sat up straight. When it came to the Yu family, his attitude had to be serious. Old man Xia, what I'm going to say is all true. I guarantee it's 100% true. Also, it's a bit too much information. Do you want to prepare a heart-saving pill first? Get lost. Make it clear. Commander-in-Chief Xia couldn't stand his son's indecent behavior. He sat upright, but his tone always had a hint of hooliganism, especially when he was talking to him. Then listen carefully. It's about your daughter-in-law's background. Do you want to drink some water first? I'll prepare a glass of cold water for you. Xia Jinyuan wasn't being indecent. He was just being picked on by the commander-in-chief. He got up and poured a glass of water for him before starting to talk about business. Old Mr. Fu, one of the founders of our country's missiles, atomic bombs, and space satellites, you must be familiar with him. Nonsense. I still have old Master Fu's brush and ink in my study. How can I not be familiar with it? Xia Jinyuan, you'd better speak properly. As soon as he spoke, Commander-in-Chief Xia glared at him. How dare they talk about old Master Fu? Xia Jinyuan, who felt that there was a communication barrier between him and old man Xia, raised his hand and rubbed his forehead. He adjusted his breathing and continued to speak calmly. Yi Jian is old Master Fu's granddaughter, his biological granddaughter. I'm not talking nonsense. It's you who doesn't have the patience to hear me out. His daughter-in-law was old Master Fu's granddaughter. Commander-in-Chief Xia's first reaction was to splash the water in the glass on his son, who was giving him a headache. His hands trembled and he stopped himself. Xia Jinyuan noticed his actions and raised his eyebrows. Are you so frightened that you want to splash water on my face? Or do you not believe me and want to splash water on my face? Both. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression was even colder than when he was talking to Madame Xiao. Sixth brother, you have to be responsible for what you say. Do you know what you just said? So he didn't believe him? Well, that's right. Even he didn't quite believe him at first. It was normal for old Master Xia, who was extremely cautious and strict about everything, to not believe him. If he didn't believe him, he would explain himself until he believed him. Chapter 2252. I've always been responsible with my words. Your daughter-in-law is indeed old Master Fu's granddaughter. When you called Yi Qian just now, I was accompanying her to meet old Master Fu at Dangui Garden. Old Master Fu's grandson, who is also my comrade, Li Jinyan, was also with us. Yi Qian is still accompanying old Master Fu at Dangui Garden. I asked her to come over with Li Jinyan to watch the promotion ceremony tomorrow. Commander-in-Chief Xia was a little out of breath. He didn't believe it before, but now he was 100% sure that Xia Jinyuan wasn't lying to him. His daughter-in-law was actually old Master Fu's granddaughter. Even though he had been through a lot, he was still shocked for a long time before he came back to his senses. He said in a low voice, the military investigated Xiao Yi before, but they couldn't find anything. How did you know? You didn't even say a word, and even I didn't know. You didn't even mention anything to me about such an important matter. Although he was shocked, his question was still very sharp. Xia Jinyuan saw that the commander-in-chief's expression wasn't too good. He knew that the impact of this matter was quite big. He hurriedly said, drink some water to calm yourself down. I didn't know earlier than you did. It all happened this morning. I rushed back to the hospital because I was afraid that you would wait for me. Secondly, I wanted to tell you about this matter as soon as possible. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression eased. The news came too suddenly, and he still needed time to digest it. Are you sure it's true? Tell me how you found out that Xiao Yi was old Master Fu's granddaughter. This is such a big matter. It's not something that can be solved by old Master Fu's nod of approval. If something goes wrong, all of you will be stripped of your military uniforms. This was no small matter. The main reason was that old Master Fu's identity was special. Suddenly having a granddaughter was not something that could be solved with his own family behind closed doors. He recounted in great detail the photo in Li Jinyan's hands, how Yi Qian's parents missed it, and how old Master had secretly sent people to investigate. Father-in-law was afraid that he would implicate mother-in-law, so he waited until old Master came to visit him a year later. He didn't dare to say much, and only hurriedly wrote a few words in old Master's palm. Based on the photos left behind by your father-in-law and your mother-in-law's name, you secretly went to the army to inquire about it. 20 years have passed since then. It wasn't until Li Jinyan brought the photos here today that we found out about the twists and turns in the story. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had listened to the whole story, sighed heavily. Suddenly, he thought of a very important problem. He frowned and said coldly, this matter has to be suppressed. It has to be scientifically confirmed. Have a good rest, I have to return to the military first. Commander-in-Chief Xia did not say what he had to say. He hurriedly left with the guards. Sun Xueqing was old Master Fu's daughter-in-law. Old Master Fu's son, Fu Yusheng, was the chief engineer of the country's navigation research. Back then, Fu Yusheng was suddenly confined for investigation for a year. A year later, old Master Fu went to inquire about Sun Xueqing, but to no avail. When Xiao Yi was 3 years old, Sun Xueqing sacrificed herself, and all her information was erased. Commander-in-Chief Xia thought of all these and his footsteps became faster. His expression became colder. All these incidents made it seem like someone was deliberately targeting the Fu family. Xia Jinyuan did not chase after them to ask for the reason. He conveniently told old Master Xia that his father-in-law had suddenly been confined for a year, just to make old Master Xia think in a certain direction. The smart and capable old Master Xia must have already thought in a certain direction. He left the rest of the matter to the military and the military commission. He and Little Fox did not have to interfere for the time being. Chapter 2253. Because. Xia Jinyuan's eyes flashed with a cold light. There were some things that he and his little fox could not interfere with. Sigh, what was his little fox doing now? Chatting with the old man with the Devil King? He never thought that the Devil King, whom he had warned to be one step too late, would become the little fox's brother, and he would be the one who brought the two siblings together. He had to admit that this was the fate between him and his little fox. Yi Qian spent the entire day with the old man. He did not go anywhere except home. The old man, who had just reunited with his granddaughter, was so hale and hearty that he even spoke with vigor. When it came to dinner, he ate half a bowl of rice more than usual. He also went to bed 2 hours earlier than usual. Usually, he would only go to bed after 12, but tonight, he was already sleepy at around 10. In the old man's words, a long life of 100 years is too short. I have to at least live to 110 years old. Yi Qian and Li Jinyan laughed when they heard this. Li Jinyan even said, "You're only 88 years old now. You should live to 120 years old." The old man was born in the first year of the Republic of China. I don't expect to live to 120 years old. I'll try my best to live to 110 years old. I'll be happy to see the two of you start a family, get married, and have children. I'll be able to hold my great-grandchildren. The old man, who was originally a little sleepy, became energetic again when he talked about future generations. He said excitedly, "I became a grandfather at 61 years old. I'm 88 years old this year. Let's see if I can become a great-grandfather again when I'm 90 years old. Little Miss Jian is still young. I remember that female soldiers can only get married and have children at 24 years old. Junior officers can only get married at 26 years old. Let's see if I can hold my grandchildren then. Then I'll have to wait another 6 years. I have to live well and strive to live to 110 years old. I'll live to have children and grandchildren." The old man's greatest wish was to have children and grandchildren. Before he went to bed, he did not forget to remind his grandson, Li Jinyan, to write the letter as soon as possible and send it to Yi Qian's father so that he could be happy. Li Jinyan felt that his uncle was not happy. He should be so excited that he was dancing with joy and tears. She gently closed the door and said to Yi Qian, who had a gentle smile on his face, "When I was 24 years old Mr. mentioned that he wanted to have a great-grandchild. Now that you're here, we can share the responsibility and reduce the pressure by half." He joked very seriously. Yi Qian tried so hard to hold back his laughter that his shoulders twitched. "Then you have to continue bearing the burden. You're 7 years older than me. It's time for you to get married and have children." Li Jinyan was 27 years old this year. It was time for him to get married and have children. "If I find a suitable girl, I will marry her immediately." Li Jinyan smiled and pushed open the door of the small study he had stayed in during the day. "Come in and have a seat. I will tell you about the history of the Fu family. Then you will know why grandfather wants us to get married and have children." Li Jinyan knew that she was bold. In the past, because of his status, she didn't dare to tease him. Now that he was her brother, she was bold enough to tease him directly. He hoped that this would mean that they would be closer. The old photo album opened again. Li Jinyan pointed at the photo taken in front of the Fu family's old mansion. His cold voice filled the darkness of the night as he said in a low voice, "The Fu family was a wealthy merchant family. They started their business in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, and they declined when the old man was 28. From prosperity to decline, from being a wealthy family in Jiangnan to not even having a place to live." Yi Qian flipped through the photo album and listened to Li Jinyan talk about the history of the Fu family. Once again, his heart felt so heavy that it was difficult to breathe. Chapter 2254. He didn't feel much when he heard about his grandfather's and grandmother's life in the hospital, but now that he was no longer in the right state of mind, he felt so sad that his heart was twisted into a ball. When grandfather was 37, grandmother gave birth to my mother, who is your aunt. When your father was born at the age of 40, uncle was just 1 month old. Grandfather entrusted uncle to great-aunt's family. It wasn't until uncle was 9 years old that grandfather found uncle on the streets. On the streets? Yi Qian's heart ached as he asked in a hoarse voice, "My father, why was he on the streets?" Uncle didn't mention it, and grandfather didn't say either. If you want to know, you can ask uncle. He knew everything about the Fu family, but he didn't know the reason for this. Actually, it doesn't matter whether you know or not. If you ask again, it might be another sad story. Yi Qian pursed his lips. His brother was right. Grandfather had gone through too much. Why should he bring up the sad past? After closing the album, Yi Qian's heart was so heavy that he had to drink several glasses of warm water in order to slightly ease the pressure in his heart. After putting away the album, Li Jinyan took out a pen and a letter and placed it in front of Yi Qian. Under the warm light, a faint smile appeared on his cold, handsome face. Write a letter to uncle. Do you have a photo? Send a photo to uncle and let him see you. He works at a missile research center in the northwest. He hasn't been home for 4 years. Works at a missile research center. Yi Qian, who had never met his father, was full of respect for him. I don't have a photo. I only have a photo on my student ID. Scan it and send it to Dad. Yi Qian took out the student ID that he always carried with him. It's a photo from the front. It's very clear. After taking the student ID, Li Jinyan carefully looked at the photo on her ID. It was very clear and beautiful. Her gaze was cold and strong. Just looking at her made him feel comfortable. This was Li Jinyan's sister. Their blood relationship would never change. The letter and the scanned photos of the student IDs were sent out the next morning. It would take at least a month for them to finally reach Chief Engineer Fu Yusheng. Yi Qian, who was sitting below the stage, was fully focused on the dozens of officers on the stage. Yi Qian knew all of them. They were his comrades from the Storm Commandos and the Snowfield Brigade. You must cherish your honor and never forget your original intentions. You must remember your mission and take responsibility for your actions. You must never let down the people, the military ministry, the military commission, and the chairman's trust in you. Be loyal, always remember what your responsibilities are and what your responsibilities are. Always remember that you are a soldier who protects the country. Serve the country, be loyal to the people, be loyal to the country. Commander-in-Chief Xia stood in front of the rostrum and spoke in a solemn voice, full of military might. He told all the promoted officers that a military rank was the highest honor bestowed upon a soldier by the country, and that they should remember their mission and responsibility as a soldier at all times. The promotion ceremony began with the solemn national anthem. The officers lined up neatly in front of the rostrum. Commander-in-Chief Xia, Major General of the Army, and Major General of the Navy respectively presented them with their military ranks. Yi Qian watched as Commander-in-Chief Xia personally removed the major rank from Xia Jinyuan's epaulet and fastened the lieutenant colonel rank epaulet. At that moment, Yi Qian was so excited that it was as if he had been promoted himself. The ceremony ended with the majestic singing of the People's Liberation Army. All the promoted officers saluted the rostrum and the audience. Chapter 2255. There were not many people in the audience. This was a military promotion that was not made public. When Xia Jinyuan walked to Yi Qian's side, the military rank on his shoulder was still that of a major. To outsiders, he would always be a major. Yi Qian's gaze softened as he looked at the man walking towards him. Li Jinyan, who was walking beside Xia Jinyuan, stopped in time and said to him, "I have something to do. Accompany my sister first." His sister's eyes were fixed on him. He had better be sensible and leave. Xia Jinyuan smiled slightly. It was not bad to have such an observant brother-in-law. You're returning to the base this afternoon, right? I'll bring her over to look for you later. My dad still has something to discuss with the three of us. See you later. Commander-in-Chief Xia needed to discuss Yi Qian's return to the Fu family in detail with the three of them. Okay. Li Jinyan nodded. Since the commander-in-chief had invited him over, he did not say anything else and turned to leave. The Devil King today was the normal Devil King. His face was stern and his words were simple. No one was allowed to approach within 30 feet of him. Yi Qian saw him walking towards the commander-in-chief and knew that he had something to do. She stood in place and waited for Xia Jinyuan to walk over. The man in the military uniform walked elegantly. With every step he took, Yi Qian felt her heart skip a beat. Today, he was wearing a winter military uniform that was only worn for major celebrations and important foreign affairs activities. It was a Western-style suit with a white shirt and a navy tie. On the outside, he wore a well-ironed military uniform that exuded the aura of a soldier. As he walked, he looked more elegant and dignified than the regular military uniform. It also showed more military might. This was the first time Yi Qian saw him in a military uniform. It had gold embroidery and gold embroidery. It was so handsome that she could not take her eyes off him. No wonder Li Jinyan was so perceptive. Even his eyes were fixed on him. How could an older brother disturb his younger sister's happiness? Xia Jinyuan had never been stingy with his charm, especially in front of Yi Qian. Even his hair was extraordinarily charming. Seeing that Yi Qian's gaze never left him, the young lieutenant colonel's footsteps became lighter. Why are you so engrossed? He walked closer and stood in front of her. Under the military cap, his handsome face had a gentle smile. Indeed, even the strands of his hair had their own charm. You have to be more reserved, little fox. You're almost drooling. Your brother wanted to come and look for you, but he was too embarrassed to come with you when he saw you staring at me. The young lieutenant colonel became even more charming. His every move. Yi Qian, who was engrossed by his teasing, couldn't help but blush. Her. Very, very handsome. Is the kind of handsomeness that makes me mesmerized. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh. The little rascal's guts were almost as big as the sky now. Now, even my hair is showing you my manliness. If this doesn't make you mesmerized, I'll be very sad. The auditorium was not a suitable place for chatting. When Yi Jian muttered, shameless, Xiao Luo chuckled and said, there will be times when I will be even more shameless. When that time comes, don't be scared away by me. Yi Qian suddenly realized what he was implying. Blushing, she glared at the shameless young lieutenant colonel. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. Why are you blushing? Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who was pretending to be innocent, chuckled softly. Oh you become naughty too. Come, let's talk outside. Chapter 2256. Yi Qian didn't respond and just followed him. If he did, he would say something else. Yi Qian glanced at his shoulder, pursed his lips, and took a few steps forward. He frowned and hesitated for a while before he asked, Captain Xia, why does the Snowfield Brigade keep their military ranks the same? Because they carry out too many dangerous missions. Once captured, the higher the military rank, the more dangerous it is. Sometimes, not only do we have to guard against the people outside, we also have to guard against the people inside. The missions carried out by the Snowfield Brigade are state secrets, and spies are everywhere in our country. Keeping the military ranks the same is also a form of disguise. It wasn't a secret that the military ranks didn't change to the public. He could tell Yi Qian. As you can see, the only people who promoted us are Major General, Commander of the Navy, and Commander-in-Chief Xia. The Snowfield Brigade and the Trihabitat Frogman Assault Team don't belong to any army. The only leaders we face are these three, and it's also for the sake of our safety. And you, if you are awarded the rank of captain after graduation, with your military achievements, you can actually be promoted to the rank of major. However, according to our country's military rank promotion system, each promotion from first lieutenant to colonel takes 4 years. You may be promoted to major directly after joining the team, Or you may have to wait 4 years before you can be promoted to major. Next time, I hope I'll be the one to watch you get promoted." Before they walked out, Xia Jinyuan said solemnly. Yi Qian smiled and looked at the man she admired. "I also hope and look forward to that day. Then let's look forward to it together." He looked at her and smiled. Their gazes intertwined with each other. The love between Yi Qian and Xia Jinyuan was never about one side being strong and the other being weak. They pursued a love that was evenly matched. They could be each other's support when the other was in danger, and they could also stand shoulder to shoulder when the other was at the peak of glory. The love they pursued was such a love. Soon, the two of them met up with Li Jinyan and went to Commander-in-Chief Xia's office together. At this time, the Deputy Chief of Staff Du was at home with Madame Li, who had been angered by Ying to the point that she had an old illness, a headache. "Don't worry too much about the outside world these few days. Focus on recuperating." Deputy Chief of Staff Du sighed as he placed the boiled Chinese medicine on the bedside table. "I have enough to deal with in the company and at home. Let's talk about the outside matters after you've recovered. What can a little girl do? She's already back in the southern province. Out of sight, out of mind. What do you have to worry about? We have to pay more attention to Shirley's son." Madame Li, who had a headache, was half lying on the bed with a hot towel on her forehead. When she heard this, her eyes turned sharp and she said coldly, "Now that I've embarrassed myself, everyone has to smile at me. This resentment can't be erased by her returning to the southern province. She dares to play tricks on me and make me lose face. If I don't let her know how powerful I am, I can't guarantee that anyone will climb up and step on me in the future. You don't have to worry about me. I know what I'm doing. As for Shirley's son..." Madame Li removed the hot towel from her forehead and her expression became much more serious. "I asked Schumann if she went to the hospital for a checkup. She said she did, but she couldn't find him. Shirley said he probably went to visit his comrades. Aren't you thinking too much? It's not like you don't know how bad Shirley's son is. Now that he's wearing a military uniform, if he doesn't act like a decent person, how can Shirley show his face?" Deputy Chief of Staff Du shook his head. "He's not pretending. It's the aura he exudes. He's a thug. He doesn't look like he's just idling around in the army." Chapter 2257. Mrs. Li didn't say anything more, but raised her hand to cover her forehead and closed her eyes tiredly. She had a nervous headache, which couldn't be controlled by drugs. Rest was the best treatment. But with so many things at present, how could she be allowed to rest? "Well, you'd better rest more and think less. I'll ask Li Yuan to accompany you to the sanatorium in High Province for a month." The Deputy Chief of Staff Du had always respected his wife, and he didn't feel good when he saw her having a headache and suffering. The nanny knocked on the door with a hot towel in her hand and came in. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du asked the nanny to leave and served her by himself. The hot towel was put on her forehead, and Mrs. Li said, comfortably in a low voice. She pressed the hot towel with the back of her hand and replied weakly, "I'll ask Schumann to find old Xia later. You can only rely on yourself in the army. I'll help you if I can. Family Xia is really the nemesis of our Du family." Kai Wei was not suppressed by old Xia's son, but he was suppressed by Xia Anbang's son. My eldest daughter was also suppressed by Xia Anbang's daughter. I'm angry when I think about it. Mrs. Li, who was strong by nature, was a little angry when she thought that her children were being suppressed everywhere. The only thing that made her feel a little comfortable was that she was not suppressed by Xiao Shuman's son. Otherwise, she would be so angry that her life would be shortened. The Deputy Chief of Staff Du was also helpless that his children were always inferior to family Xia, but what could he do? After all, the foundation of the Du family was a little shallow. How could it be compared with family Xia? Master Xia had 5 sons and 1 daughter. Except for the second son, Xia Anbang, who had been the Minister of Public Security, who died in the line of duty, the eldest son, Xia Angua, the third son, Xia Xinhui, the fourth son, Xia Jiaza, and his daughter, Xia Sujuan. Which one of them wasn't a powerful figure who would shake the ground 3 times when they went out? The Du family was no match for family Xia. The deputy chief of staff Du knew very well, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, he would make his wife, who worked hard for the family, angry. But with his wife's temper, he couldn't change the topic if she wanted to talk about something. He had to continue with the topic. After pondering for a while, Deputy Chief of Staff Du comforted Madame Li with a smile. "You didn't say that before. You always mentioned that as long as our eldest son, Kai Wei, is better than Shirley's son. Now Kai Wei is a regiment commander while Shirley's son is a major. You've already won. If I want to win, I will win for the rest of my life." At the moment when Madame Li slowly opened her eyes, a strange cold light flashed through her deep eyes. Didn't those people often say secretly that Xiao Shuman was luckier than her? She wanted to let them see who was more fortunate between her and Xiao Shuman. She was a divorcee who didn't even acknowledge her only son. How could that be considered a blessing? This was called bad luck. You're already a grandmother, but you're still so stubborn. The deputy chief of staff Du was a little helpless. He didn't know why his wife wanted to compete with Shirley's ex-wife, Xiao Shuman. They had been in contact with each other for decades and had a good relationship. Xiao Shuman was far away from home. Whenever she needed his wife's help, his wife, who couldn't get away from abroad, would try her best to help her regardless of money or manpower. Speaking of a good relationship, his wife's expression would be a little gloomy every time Xiao Shuman was mentioned. He really didn't understand why. Xiao Shuman is all alone now. Why do you still want to compete with her? You, don't worry about it. I'll keep an eye on Shirley's son. Don't worry about him. Chapter 2258. Madame Li snorted coldly. With a sneer on her tired face, a few sharp wrinkles appeared at the corners of her mouth. People live to fight for their dignity. When I was young, there were always people who liked to compare me with her. After the comparison, they said that I, Li Qinglan, was not as good as Shuman. I don't believe that she, a lady who has no relatives and is in trouble, can beat me. I'm determined to fight for my dignity. Look, haven't I won now? When she was in trouble, I helped her without hesitation. When she was in trouble, I worried about her. Now, who dares to compare me with her? Who dares to say that she is better than me? She is divorced, and even her son doesn't recognize her. But what about me? I have children, and even my eldest grandson is 4 years old. But what does she have? Nothing. Except for herself, she doesn't even have a close friend. The deputy chief of staff Du was stunned. After a long while, he laughed and said, Madam, I really admire you. You can fight for your dignity for decades. I have no choice but to admire you. Our Du family can be where we are today because of your help. So, you are not in good health now. I am very worried. Since the outcome of the battle between you and Xiao Shuman has been decided, you don't have to worry about it. If it doesn't work, I will ask the eldest son's wife to take our grandson to High Province for a vacation to relax. The eldest son, Du Kai Wei, was already married and had a son who was 4 years old this year. Thinking of her good friend Xiao Shuman's current situation and her only grandson, Madame Li's gloominess dissipated a lot. Forget it. Don't bother the eldest son's family. I am not a big problem. When the matter in Nan province is solved, I will feel better and my headache will naturally go away. Madame Li, who had a slight headache after applying several hot towels, could not help but think of Yi Ying when Nan province was mentioned. Thinking of Yi Ying, she remembered that she went to the brothel yesterday and heard several noble ladies next door talking and eating. Her head, which had finally calmed down, suddenly throbbed with pain, as if it was being pricked by needles. Yi Ying. It was this bitch who made her the laughingstock of the upper-class circle in the capital. Did she think that after paying a fine and going to the police station for a few days, everything would be fine? In her dreams. Since she liked to change men so much, he would let her change men several times a day. Madame Li had always been ruthless in her dealings. Now that Sun Ying, whose surname was Sun, wanted to escape safely, it was simply wishful thinking. It was impossible. Madame Li, who had a splitting headache and had to take 2 painkillers, waited for the deputy chief of staff Du to leave. With a fierce look on her face, she called Du Kongyue, the eldest brother of the deputy chief of staff Du, who was now the second in command of your province. Ying definitely wanted to come out. All right, then let her come out first. Once she came out, she would definitely make her life a living hell. With Madame Li's intervention, just as Xia Jinyuan had said, they did not have to care about Ying anymore. They just had to focus on their own lives. Xia Jinyuan, who was sitting respectfully in front of the old man and being scrutinized by the old man, maintained the standard sitting posture of a soldier. His expression and breathing were relaxed, and he tried his best to make himself look natural in front of the old man. The young lieutenant colonel, who was restless even when recuperating, walked out of Commander-in-Chief Xia's office. When he heard his brother-in-law say that he was sending his girlfriend back to Dangue Garden, Lieutenant Colonel Xia made up his mind to follow. Commander-in-Chief Xia was even more supportive. He said from behind the 3 of them, Lao Lu, accompany Xiao Yi to visit the old man. Remember to bring some gifts. Don't be rude. Chapter 2259. Xiao Yi was very outstanding. In the past, when she was held tightly by his son, he was still a little worried that his daughter-in-law would be snatched away by other outstanding men. Now that his daughter-in-law had become Old Master Fu's granddaughter, he was even more nervous. Old Master Fu had dedicated his entire life to the country. He was involved in the 3 major fields of missiles, atomic bombs, and space satellites. There were countless outstanding students under Old Master Fu's tutelage, and countless outstanding students who were still unmarried. If Old Master Fu brought Xiao Yi to a blind date on a whim one day, he would be worried for 6th brother whenever he thought of that scene. With Xiao Yi's appearance, talent, and ability, only Old Master Fu would look down on others. No one would look down on Xiao Yi. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was afraid that his future daughter-in-law would be snatched away, felt that he was really worried sick. He had to hurry up and express his feelings in front of Old Master Fu before everything started. At the same time, he had to show his face and leave a good impression. As a father, he thought a little too much, but as a son, he didn't think so much. It was definitely necessary for him to pay a visit and show his face in front of Old Master Fu to leave a good impression. As for whether Yi Qian would be snatched away by other outstanding men, Xia Jinyuan didn't think in that direction. Old Master Fu's gaze was very sharp. When he swept his gaze over, it was as if he could make demons and monsters have nowhere to hide. Under such a sharp gaze, Xia Jinyuan maintained the steadiness of a soldier. He didn't move or sway and was as majestic as a mountain. Yesterday, Old Master Fu, who was in a bad mood, only looked at him briefly and focused all his attention on Yi Qian. Today, facing Xia Jinyuan, who was obviously related to Yi Qian, Old Master Fu's gaze was not only sharp but also quite detailed. After sizing him up for at least 5 minutes, Old Master Fu retracted his gaze and nodded secretly. He was a very good young man. Just his majestic aura alone made him feel at ease. Xia Jinyuan saw the satisfied look in the old man's eyes, and his tensed heart immediately relaxed. The old man's gaze was comparable to the old man's. Just a glance from him could make one's blood turn cold. It could turn a tiger into a rabbit in an instant. No one dared to be presumptuous. Xia Jinyuan's heartstrings had just loosened when he suddenly felt the old man's gaze fall on his face and scrutinize him. His breathing almost became erratic as he revealed a calm smile and allowed the old man to scrutinize him. The old man's gaze landed on Xia Jinyuan's face, and his eyes narrowed slightly. After a rough look yesterday, he immediately felt that this young man's appearance gave him a sense of familiarity. Today, after a closer look, the more he looked, the more he felt that he was acquainted with an old friend of his. He didn't know if this young man was a descendant of his old friend. That old friend of his not only had status, but his character was also unquestionable. He was upright, loyal, and honest. He was loyal to the country and did his best for the people. As a member of the Special Forces, Xia Jinyuan noticed that the way the old man looked at him had changed. It was because he was recalling another person's gaze through him. In front of the elderly, Xia Jinyuan had always been polite. He sat upright with his eyes open and his smile elegant. No matter how the old man scrutinized him, he didn't show any disrespect. As a soldier, no matter what, his back must be straight and his gaze must be open and candid. No matter where he sat, even if he didn't move, his strength of character and integrity could subdue others. The old man, who had seen countless people, nodded repeatedly in his heart. His gaze was no longer sharp and sharp. Instead, he smiled with satisfaction and asked kindly, "Your surname is Xia, and you're from the capital." "There aren't many people in the capital with the surname Xia." "Are you related to General Xia Yinkue?" "Don't be so formal. Just take it that I'm helping my granddaughter to choose someone." Chapter 2260. The open-minded old man did not want to make things difficult for a young man. Moreover, this young man had come with his granddaughter yesterday and today again. Even though his granddaughter did not say anything, he knew who this young man was. Grandson-in-law. Not bad. In terms of appearance, he was worthy of his granddaughter, not to mention his temperament. He was very satisfied with the young man's calm temperament. In addition, he was similar to an old friend, so he liked him even more. Yesterday, Xia Jinyuan was only there to boost Yi Qian's courage. Today, he was visiting as his grandson-in-law. His state of mind was completely different. While he appeared calm, he also revealed the elegance of a century-old family history. Faced with the old man's question, he smiled and said, "Yes, it's my grandfather. He retired 15 years ago. Now, he and my grandmother are at home tending to flowers and fish." "So you're General Xia's descendant. No wonder you're so imposing." The old man nodded slightly. He was indeed the descendant of an old friend. Only the descendant of an old friend could be so outstanding. General Xia was a righteous man. Back then, he had almost been unable to return to the aerospace department. It was General Xia who had stepped in and single-handedly made him stay in the aerospace department. Thinking that this young man was the grandson of an old friend, the old man was even more satisfied. The smile on the old man's face became even more benevolent as he smiled and said, "Your grandfather and I are old acquaintances. Back then, he even helped me. I didn't expect that after going around in circles, General Xia's grandson and my granddaughter would become a pair." Actually, Xia Jinyuan's palms were sweaty. When he heard that the old man and his grandfather were old acquaintances, the last trace of nervousness in his heart disappeared. When he heard the last sentence, "They were a couple," the wetness in his palms gradually disappeared. Their grandfathers were actually old acquaintances. As expected, he and the little fox were not from the same family. They would not enter the same house. Although he knew that the old man was satisfied with him, Xia Jinyuan did not dare to be careless. He smiled and said, "If you didn't mention it, I wouldn't have known that you two were old friends. Grandfather likes to stay at home now. Today, he tends to the flowers and plants. Tomorrow, he carries a hoe to cultivate a small piece of land to plant some fruits and vegetables. In the spring, the flowers and plants in the backyard bloom delightfully. In the summer, green fruits hang on the branches. When the fruits are harvested in the autumn, there are some that can't be finished. Grandpa sends some to the neighbors to share the fruits of his labor." Old Master Fu, who loved to listen to such things, laughed heartily. His old voice was rich and strong. "General Xia told me before that when he retires, he will go back home to farm. He can't farm, but he can cultivate the land. You even have surplus grain to give to your neighbors. It can be seen that General Xia is quite healthy." Yi, good." Hearing the laughter from the study, Li Jinyan's cold eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that his grandfather approved of Q King's identity. Yi Jian took the supplies in his hand and put them aside. She smiled and said, "He's very popular with the old man." When Grandpa Zhen was still around, the old man didn't quite agree with him coming over to pursue me. Later, Grandpa Zhen told me that Captain Xia is a good man and that he's worth a try. Uncle Chen also tested him and was very satisfied. He also advised me to discuss things with him and not make decisions on my own, so that we won't be at odds. Chapter 2261. Therefore, she was not worried at all when her grandfather said that he wanted to talk to Captain Xia alone. Li Jinyan finally understood how much his sister trusted Xia Jinyuan. He had originally wanted to test Xia Jinyuan, but now, he had completely given up on it. He raised his hand and patted her head. The cold devil revealed a faint but gentle smile. As long as he continues to treat you well, grandfather and I won't have any objections. I won't go in and disturb grandfather. I'll take my leave first. The devil had returned to the team today. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, so he had to leave to catch his flight at 4. You have to go back to school tomorrow. Be careful. Also, Li Jinyan was a little reluctant to part with her. He picked out the important things to remind her. Also, there are only a few months left before you go abroad for the competition. You have to hurry up and train when you get back, especially in terms of physical fitness. If there's anything, call the duty room first. I'll call you back when I'm back. This was her brother, whose blood was thicker than water. He cared for her in every possible way, afraid that she would be wronged. Yi Qian felt warm inside. She nodded and replied seriously, "Brother, don't worry. I'll take care of myself. I'll go back to school tomorrow afternoon. I'll keep grandfather company and make him happy." After all, women were more attentive than men. Li Jinyan completely believed that she would make the old man happy. The old man was indeed very happy. Knowing that his grandson didn't want to disturb his mood, he quietly returned to the team. He sighed for a while, but because of Yi Jian and Xia Jinyuan's company, the kind smile on his face never disappeared. It was already 7 in the evening when Xia Jinyuan left Dangue Garden. Walking out of the warm house into the cold night outside, Xia Jinyuan held his girlfriend's hand and sighed with a smile. Old man Xia laughed at me and said that you won't have much time to accompany me in the future. It seems that he was right. What should I do, little fox? I can't bear to leave. I can't stay overnight in Dangue Garden. I have to leave even if I don't want to. Yi Qian pursed his lips and smiled. You were the one who said that it wasn't appropriate for Grandpa to ask you to stay the night. Now you're telling me that you can't bear to leave. Why don't you just go back with me? The witty Yi Qian's eyes twinkled, and there was an indescribable craftiness in them. Seeing this, Xia Jinyuan's heart itched and melted, and even his eyes darkened a little. Today's main purpose is to leave a good impression on old Mr. If I really stay overnight, even if old Mr. doesn't say anything, his impression of me will definitely be greatly reduced. If an unmarried man and woman were to live in the same house, the older generation would more or less feel uncomfortable. For the sake of my lifelong happiness, I have to leave no matter how much I want to stay. Lieutenant Colonel Xia, who planned slowly, would not lose the big for the small, lest he suffer in the future. Hearing this, Yi Qian smiled so widely that his eyebrows curved. He turned to look at her and said to her with a smile, "Captain Xia, close your eyes. I'll give you a reward for your performance today. No, put your hands behind your back first. Don't move around. The doctor said that your wound is recovering well, so you still have to be careful." If the doctor hadn't said that he could move around, she wouldn't have let him accompany her back today. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. He could guess what reward he would receive. It was a reward that he liked very much. With his eyes closed, he smiled and bent down slightly to wait for the reward to arrive. When he bent down, Yi Qian didn't need to stand on tiptoe. He only needed to raise his head slightly to kiss his sexy thin lips. A light kiss definitely couldn't resolve the young lieutenant colonel's yearning for a long night. With his hands behind his back, he wrapped them around Yi Qian's slender waist and turned the light kiss into a deep sucking kiss. Chapter 2262. The warmth between the two of them would not last long. Yi Qian was worried about the injury on his waist, so she quickly ended the kiss and covered his thin lips with her hand when she heard his irregular breathing. She was too deep into his kiss, and his thin lips were burning hot against her palm. Yi Jian raised her head to look at him. Her dark eyes were bright, like the stars in the night sky falling into the mortal world. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but lower his head again and kiss her eyes gently. Yi Jian couldn't help but close her eyes when he kissed her. She could feel the deep affection in his kiss. Go in and accompany the old man. I'll leave first. After kissing her eyes, Xia Jinyuan said in a low and hoarse voice. She was the only one in his deep and cold eyes. I'll come over tomorrow to take you to the airport. His little fox had to leave tomorrow, and it was time for them to part after their short reunion. Yi Qian didn't go in immediately. Unwilling to let him leave, she snuggled up to him and pressed herself against his broad chest. My brother said that there will be a competition during the summer break. Do you think we will be training together during this period? The military has already asked your school, but the school leaders didn't agree. Your freshmen will be going to the northern part of Xiang province to practice during the May Day Labor Day. You won't be able to participate in our training. Every time she got close to him, Xia Jinyuan's heart softened. His expression became increasingly gentle as he stroked the back of her head. He was also disappointed that he couldn't train with her. Yi Qian was also a little disappointed, but she quickly adjusted herself. She looked up from his arms and adjusted his tie and collar. Then we'll have to wait until the summer break. Go home early and rest. The commander-in-chief is also waiting for you. Xia Jinyuan went through the discharge procedures this morning, so he didn't have to go back to the hospital tonight. Okay, go in quickly. Xia Jinyuan looked down at Yi Qian, who was carefully adjusting his collar. The corners of his lips never fell. He and Yi Qian had known each other for 6 years, but they had been boyfriend and girlfriend for less than 2 years. However, they had more chemistry than other couples who had been married for decades. She could understand what he meant with just one look, and he could tell what she wanted to do with just one movement. It was said that men and women were a semicircle. When they found the semicircle that suited them, they would become a complete circle that could not be separated from each other. He and the little fox were each other's lost semicircle. Their union represented eternity, and neither of them could leave the other. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Rest early. After giving her a good-night kiss, Xia Jinyuan stood at the bottom of the stairs. His eyes were filled with love as he turned around and walked back into the house. Just as she was about to open the door and enter, she turned around and waved at him. Xia Jinyuan smiled. See you tomorrow, little fox. See you tomorrow, Captain Xia. Yi Qian turned around and saw the tall and straight man staring at her. She waved her hand, and only then did she open the door and enter the house with a smile. As soon as the door closed, the elegant and handsome man stopped smiling. His gentle eyes gradually darkened and became so dark that they were unfathomable. An unknown light flashed across the depths of his eyes, leaving behind a faint trace. That was a normal man's burning desire to possess the woman he loved. The 20-year-old Yi Qian was not the 15-year-old Yi Qian. Years of training had made her tall and slender, and her graceful figure was different from the usual delicate girls. She was like a bamboo shoot that had sprouted out of the ground, unafraid of wind and rain. Chapter 2263. Every time Xia Jinyuan hugged her slender waist with both hands, the man's wild nature was instantly aroused. He wished that he could hug her waist tightly and rub her into his body. He hid his wildness so well that Yi Qian didn't know that every time he hugged her waist, he would appear noble on the surface and howl like a wolf on the inside. The older she gets, the more seductive she is. She's tempting me to sleep with her at any time. Xia Jinyuan, who hadn't left yet, said softly before starting the car and leaving Dangue Garden. It took a while to drive from Dangue Garden to the villa complex. Xia Jinyuan, who arrived at the villa complex at 9 p.m., walked into the living room while unbuttoning his military uniform. After a few steps, he saw Commander-in-Chief Xia lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. He hadn't even changed out of his military uniform. When his gaze landed on Commander-in-Chief Xia's graying sideburns, Xia Jinyuan's eyes dimmed. In his memory, old man Xia's hair was black and as hard as steel needles. But now, his black hair had dimmed and his sideburns had turned white. His father was no longer young. He was no longer the father in his memory who held up his belt and glared at him fiercely. Xia Jinyuan felt a little suffocated. He walked over quietly and asked, "Dad, why don't you go back to your room to rest?" He rarely called Commander-in-Chief Xia Dad. When he was young, he would call him by his full name when he was angry. Later, when he was provoked by Ms. Xiao, he became mature overnight and realized his mistake. However, because of his pride, he refused to lower his head and simply stopped calling him that. The older he got, the more mature he became. He didn't know when he replaced Dad with Old Man Xia. However, Old Man Xia didn't mind and let him call him that until now. Little Fox said that Old Man Xia wanted to hear her call him Dad. Was it because he still longed for him to call him Dad? Perhaps it was because of Old Man Xia's understanding of birth, old age, sickness, and death, that he naturally called him Dad. Commander-in-Chief Xia's tired face was clearly illuminated by the white light. He was in a deep sleep, so Xia Jinyuan called out, "Dad," again. Only then did Commander-in-Chief Xia open his eyes. Commander-in-Chief Xia opened his eyes like a lion that had just woken up. Although he was no longer young, his gaze was sharp and dignified. As he sat up straight, there was no longer any tiredness on his face. "You're back. Have a seat and tell me about your visit to Xiaoye's house." Commander-in-Chief Xia sat up straight. After many years of military service, he had engraved the military posture and manners into his soul. No matter what, his back was straight. In Xia Yiwei's words, wherever Commander-in-Chief Xia was present, a family chat would be as tense as a military meeting. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who was sitting up, was a little thirsty. He picked up the thermos on the coffee table and unscrewed it. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan and said uncertainly, "I think I heard you call me Dad just now. Did I hear wrongly?" "You didn't hear wrongly. You're my dad. Why can't I call you that?" Xia Jinyuan sat on the sofa next to him and buttoned up his military uniform again. Old Man Xia couldn't bear to see him take off his military uniform and only unbutton it. It was better not to provoke him in the middle of the night. The guy who liked to provoke him the most suddenly became obedient. Could it be that he ran into trouble at Old Man Xia's place? Could it be that Old Man Xia was dissatisfied with Old Man Xia? Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression became a little serious. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. "Tell me, what happened?" Chapter 2264. Xia Jinyuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Why does it sound like you're waiting for me to get snubbed in front of Old Master?" After saying that, he paused for a moment and didn't say anything. He quietly looked at the stern-looking Commander-in-Chief Xia with an obvious look of inquiry. What else could it be? Commander-in-Chief Xia replied faintly, clearly telling Xia Jinyuan why he had waited so long. This kid was getting more and more powerful. As his father, he actually felt a little pressured when his gaze landed on him. He was on guard against Xia Jinyuan seeing through his thoughts. Both father and son were stubborn, so a serious conversation was very unsuitable. If they weren't careful, the smell of gunpowder would fill the air. Only by ridiculing and attacking each other could they continue the conversation. Xia Jinyuan's deep eyes revealed an obvious smile when he heard Commander-in-Chief Xia's reply. "Dad, it seems that I haven't called you that for too long. You're so flattered that it's inappropriate, right?" "Flattered?" Commander-in-Chief Xia's face darkened. He was indeed a little surprised, but what words did he use to describe it? He reprimanded, "Xia Jinyuan, are you itching for a beating? You'd better save your energy. If you can't hit me later, you'll be so angry that your face turns blue." Xia Jinyuan saw that the Commander-in-Chief's face was faintly darkening, so he didn't continue joking. Instead, he lowered his voice and sighed. "When I saw your gray hair just now, I suddenly wanted to call you that. You have to get used to it. When Yi Qian marries into the family, she'll also call you Dad like me. I prefer Xiao Yi to call me Dad. As for you, go away." Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had a smile in his eyes, sneered in disdain. He glanced at Xia Jinyuan, who was standing upright, and said in a deep voice, "What's old master's impression of you?" He was more concerned about this matter. Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows. Under the light, there was a faint smile on his handsome face as he replied, "For now, it's not bad. I'm basking in old master's glory. For now, old master's impression of me is not bad." Basking in old master's glory? Commander-in-Chief Xia frowned slightly, then relaxed in an instant, and a faint smile appeared on his serious face. Old master and old master are old friends. Sixth, you're indeed basking in old master's glory. Did old master first recognize you as old master's descendant? Or did you take the initiative to mention to him? The former showed that the two elders were not ordinary old friends, but old friends who had a good relationship with each other. Old to me to you, old masters to old master to twos to stay to be to leave to stay in the past. The old man told me that he wanted to invite the old man out for a walk, so he asked me to arrange the time. To be or to be's to him. To be. To it to be, old's old. He. Of old. Of, old. Old tease, to old to be, ye was old to old ye. Although OL 6 acted frivolously in front of him, he was actually just putting on a show in front of him. When he was outside, he had never heard anyone say that old 6 was not good enough. Old 6's comrade in arms, former military school classmate, Major General Yang of the army. Whenever old 6 was mentioned, he would give him a thumbs up. Therefore, when he asked old 6 to accompany Xiao Yi to visit old master, he was confident that old 6 would be able to catch old master's eye. Now that old master was satisfied with old 6, and he was old friends with old master, Commander-in-Chief Xia felt that it was better to strike while the iron was hot. Chapter 2265. Commander-in-Chief Xia's expression became more and more serious as he said, "Since you can walk around with your waist injury, you can drop by the old mansion tomorrow after you send Xiao Yi to the airport and talk to the old man about this." He was also worried that Xia Jinyuan's wound would reopen, so he added, "Let the guards drive tomorrow. You can rest." Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. "You're more impatient than I am." "Of course I'm impatient. You're so unreliable. You're lucky to be able to marry Xiao Yi. Strike while the iron is hot. Let the old man be satisfied with our family first." Commander-in-Chief Xia discussed this matter seriously, but when he saw that Xia Jinyuan was happy and not anxious at all, his face darkened again. "Xia Jinyuan, I'm seriously discussing your marriage with you now. You'd better correct your attitude. Dad, do you think that Yi Qian and I still need to rely on family connections for our marriage?" Seeing that the commander-in-chief was getting angry, Xia Jinyuan, who had taken a step back, stopped smiling and revealed a rare coldness. "In your eyes, am I a man who needs to rely on his family to solve his marriage? Dad, aren't you underestimating your son too much?" The last sentence was a little cold, as if it was wrapped in ice shards. Commander-in-Chief Xia choked. He had never underestimated old 6. Although this kid has been muddling along since he was little, he was very opinionated. When he did bad things, he was able to cast himself clean, so that other people could not find any weakness that could be used against him. The old master once joked, "Lao Lu is someone who can do big things, he can hold his temper." Reality had proven that old 6 was indeed someone who could accomplish great things. He had gotten into the military academy on his own without using any connections. He had applied to join the special forces on his own accord and immediately became the team leader of the special forces. In the past few years, he had achieved countless military exploits, big and small. Everything he had done was done with an indomitable spirit and a clear conscience. However, no matter how capable old 6 was, he was still a naive child in his heart. For some reason, the words that should have been in his heart slipped out of his mouth. Suddenly, the living room was silent. The father and son looked at each other and felt awkward. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who had been through a lot, was the first to come back to his senses. Seeing Xia Jinyuan's surprised expression, the commander-in-chief cleared his throat and said with a straight face, "What, aren't you my son?" Cough, cough, yes, 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 I am your son. You are right. Xia Jinyuan, who was trying to hold back his laughter, choked. It was rare to see old man Xia so embarrassed. As his son, he had to laugh, but as his father, he would have to keep a straight face for the next few days. The pressure would be so low that it would double the pressure on the guards. Other than laughing in his heart, there was also a trace of lament. His old man was indeed old. When a person was old, his state of mind would be smoother and firmer. If it had been a few years ago, she would have picked up the thermos flask in her hand and smashed it on him. Time hastens the aging of a person, and it was not up to him at all. As a son, it was better to follow his parents. After laughing, Xia Jinyuan said, although old master and old master are old friends, they haven't contacted each other for a long time. I have to go back and ask old master first. I don't intend to tell old master that Yi Qian is old master's granddaughter for the time being. Yi Qian sent a letter to father-in-law early this morning. I think it won't be too late to tell him when he comes back. You see, the military commission is currently investigating my mother-in-law's death. I personally think it's better not to do anything for the time being to avoid complications. He was referring to the fear that someone would do something if they found out that Yi Qian had returned to the Fu family. Chapter 2266. The commander-in-chief pondered for a moment and nodded. As long as you know what to do. The commander-in-chief looked at his son, who was already taller than him. Seeing his calm and confident face, the commander-in-chief revealed a kind smile that he only showed to Yi Qian. Sixth brother, I'm very relieved to see you like this. Then, without waiting for Xia Jinyuan to say anything, the commander-in-chief stood up with a kind smile and solemnly said, rest early. Then, he turned around and strode away. Xia Jinyuan covered his forehead and laughed so hard that his shoulders trembled. He and Xia Jinyuan were really not suitable for father-son tenderness. Both of them felt uncomfortable. You pick on my thorns, I pick on yours. This kind of father-son relationship was more suitable for him and Xia Jinyuan. No matter how they interacted, he respected Xia Jinyuan because he was not only a father, but also a commander-in-chief who shouldered heavy responsibilities. The next day, Xia Jinyuan woke up early and learned from the guards that the commander-in-chief had received an emergency call and left. The military situation was so urgent that he didn't even bother to wash his face and brush his teeth and left in a hurry with 2 guards. Xia Jinyuan's eyes turned cold. He immediately turned on the TV and called the team. There was a coup in a neighboring country that affected our borders. A mortar fell into our sugarcane forest. Fortunately, it happened at 5:00 in the morning, so there were no casualties. However, the border has entered a level 1 alert and may be upgraded to a special level at any time. The J5 in the army had received the news within half an hour, which was less than 5 minutes after the mortar fell into their country. At this time, an assault team of the Snowfield Brigade had been formed and was ready to go. How many brothers are you going to bring over now? Since he knew so much, he must have received the mission. The J5 smiled and said, an assault team and an ambassador. He was holding a photo in his hand. It was a photo of the ambassador who would meet up with the Snowfield Brigade later. He's also an acquaintance. We cooperated with him once when we were carrying out a mission in Pakistan. Xianxia. Xia Jinyuan, who didn't see the photo, accurately said the name. Where are you going to meet him? What level is the mission? J5, who was ready to leave on a private jet, hurriedly said, we'll meet at the border. It's a level 1 clearance mission. Rest well. We're waiting for you to recover and fight together. Don't talk nonsense. Don't be envious. I'll brag to you when we get back. Take care. Xia Jinyuan, who had only been back in China for less than a week, could no longer hold himself back when he heard that his comrades were going to carry out a level 1 elimination mission. A level 1 elimination mission was usually a decapitation mission, and J5 and the others were going to decapitation. Before he recovered from his injuries, he would not be allowed to participate in the decapitation operation. He would not even be allowed to participate in normal operations. As soon as he hung up, a beeping sound came from the landline at home. Xiao Yi has already set off from Dangui Garden. You can rest at home today. Commander-in-Chief Xia, who called from the military headquarters, brought Xia Jinyuan a piece of completely unexpected news. She needs to accompany an ambassador from our country to negotiate with a neighboring country. She will leave immediately on a special plane from Beijing. The news came unexpectedly, but Xia Jinyuan accepted it calmly. Okay, got it. Yi Qian left in a hurry. She was so anxious that she didn't even say goodbye to the old man and left in a hurry. The person who picked her up was a security guard sent by the military headquarters. There was also a confidential staff member working in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the car. Please take a careful look at this information. It concerns the personal safety of you and Ambassador Qin. Please be sure to remember the faces of these people. Once you see them, you must immediately avoid them or take action. Chapter 2267. Yi Qian, who had a good memory, took out the documents. She lowered her eyes and began to flip through the documents. There were a total of 6 people she needed to memorize. She had to remember each person's appearance and characteristics clearly. She also had to remember their backgrounds. There were 6 documents, each with 2 pages. There were a total of 12 pages. Yi Qian memorized them as fast as she could. She was afraid that she might miss something, so she spent another 10 minutes consolidating the information. The relevant departments of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had many abilities, especially the translators. Their memory was quite amazing. When Yi Qian finished memorizing all 6 documents in 20 minutes, the confidential personnel was not surprised. After reading the documents, the confidential personnel took out a separate document from the briefcase. This is the information of the ambassador you are accompanying. Please take a look. The ambassador has a very good personality and is very gentlemanly. However, he has a small problem. The confidential personnel seemed to be a little embarrassed as he cleared his throat. His serious voice lowered by a few decibels. He doesn't know his way around and gets lost easily. You need to keep a close eye on him. Doesn't know his way around? Gets lost easily? The face of an elegant and handsome young man flashed across Yi Qian's mind. She knew a diplomat who also didn't know his way around and got lost easily. It couldn't be him, could it? After taking out the ambassador's information, Yi Qian smiled when she saw the ID photo. It really was him. Principal Chao's nephew, Qin Shou. A man who used his gentlemanly demeanor to hide his inner fierceness. The confidential personnel said that Qin Shou didn't know his way around and got lost easily. Actually, they were trying to be polite. She had seen how easily Qin Shou got lost when she was in the province. He was a man who could get lost just a few steps away. Looking at his information again, Yi Qian was shocked just by reading the first few lines. He skipped grades all the time and won the senior award while skipping grades. He went to a key foreign language school from elementary school to university. He graduated from university at the age of 16 and studied in the United States, Italy, and France. Yi Qian, who had experienced 2 lifetimes, was really shocked by Qin Shou's information. It was no wonder that he had become the youngest diplomat in the history of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He was a winner in life and had been looked up to since he was young. Speaking of which, Yi Qian tilted his head and asked the confidential personnel a very important question. How is the ambassador's ability to take care of himself? Do I need to take care of him? Geniuses always had some flaws. In her previous life, she had seen a few news articles. Some geniuses in the children's class at the University of Science and Technology did not even have the basic ability to take care of themselves other than studying. They had outstanding IQ, but had 0 experience in life. He didn't know if Qin Shou was a genius among geniuses in languages. For a moment, the confidential personnel did not understand why Yi Qian would ask such a question. Seeing this, Yi Qian clarified, for example, eating, sleeping, dressing, and so on. Is there someone to serve you? The consequence of clarifying his words was, the confidential personnel of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs turned his head to the car window from time to time. His shoulders trembled from time to time. Yi Qian was a little embarrassed. Xianxia was a diplomat who could accompany national leaders on overseas visits. How could he not know how to take care of himself? Yi Qian was shocked by his resume. If Xianxia knew what he was thinking. Yi Qian covered his face. He would probably be speechless. Chapter 2268. No, other than the fact that Ambassador Qin doesn't know his way around, he's pretty good at everything else. Eating, sleeping, ahem. The confidential personnel choked a few times as he tried to hold back his laughter. He adjusted his breathing and continued, his clothes are all arranged by the ambassador himself. He has a certain degree of mysophobia, especially the room he sleeps in. No one is allowed to enter or leave at will. Even more so, you can't sit on the bed casually. No, you should never sit on it. If you offend him, you'll see the gentlemanly ambassador instantly turn cold and indifferent. The bathroom as well, can't be shared. His clothes are all packed. You don't have to pay attention to it. The personnel saw Yi Qian's forehead twitch faintly. He was afraid that it would cause disgust, so he hurriedly added, the ambassador is very particular about his privacy. The bedroom, clothes, and bathroom are all important places of his privacy. Other places don't matter. Don't be scared. Yi Qian smiled. I'm not scared. It's normal. I don't like people sitting on my bed either. The bed was where people slept at night. She really didn't like people sitting on her bed casually. Therefore, she didn't think that it was mysophobia. It was just a personal hygiene habit. The ambassador is very easy to get along with. You'll know when you see him later. He's a pretty good man. The confidential personnel was probably afraid that his words would cause Yi Qian to dislike Xianxia. After confirming that Yi Qian had memorized all the information, he spared no effort to say good things about Xianxia. With the confidential personnel's words, Yi Qian had a preliminary understanding of the language genius Xianxia. It was only a preliminary understanding. The confidential personnel only talked about Xianxia's general habits that could be seen by others. As for the specific details and Xianxia's secrets, he didn't say a word. Xianxia, who was holding a paper bag in his hand, was already waiting for Yi Qian in the lobby of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He had received Yi Qian's information half an hour ago. Although there was no photo, when he saw the familiar name and her brief introduction, he knew that this was the girl he had fallen in love with. She was accompanying him to the neighboring country. He was a little surprised. Going back to the neighboring country wasn't an easy task. According to his own analysis, it was very dangerous. It was the most dangerous trip he had gone abroad in recent years. After all, there was a coup in the neighboring country. He was surprised that Yi Qian was accompanying him, but he was also looking forward to her arrival. They hadn't seen each other for about 40 days. Ever since he returned from the border, he had dreamt of her walking over a snowdrift. She was tall and straight, like a goddess walking from the top of a snowy mountain, bringing with her the hope of survival. That scene was still unforgettable, so much so that he would dream of it at night. Yi Jian. He muttered softly as he stared at the door. There was also a tall young soldier beside him. His background, name, and unit were unknown. He only knew that this was a Special Forces soldier who knew the language of a neighboring country. The Special Forces soldier who seemed to have heard his murmur glanced at Xianxia from the corner of his eye. His eyes flickered slightly. Why did it feel like this ambassador knew Xianxia? V8 glanced at his watch. His steady and sharp gaze looked toward the entrance of the office lobby. Xianxia was almost here. 2 minutes later, Yi Qian's figure appeared at the spacious and bright entrance of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She was wearing a student's military uniform and walked calmly against the light. He couldn't see her face clearly. He could only see her slender and straight figure walking step by step into his world. Chapter 2269. Xianxia couldn't help but hold his breath. He could hear the sound of his heart beating. He could hear her light footsteps, which sounded like the sound of a drum or a guqin, hitting his heart. He thought that at this moment, he would fall in love with her even more. His world would be invaded by her. Looking at the figure walking towards him step by step, Xianxia's elegant and handsome face had an even more refreshing smile. He didn't stay in place to wait, but went up to greet her. "We meet again, Yi Qian." They meet again, the girl who made him fall in love with her. His gaze landed on her face in a reserved and polite manner. It was so gentle that it didn't offend him at all. As he got closer, Xianxia realized how much Yi Qian had changed. Her life in the military academy didn't make her skin tanned. Instead, it was as fair as before. She had the fair skin that most girls dreamed of. She would probably attract a lot of attention in school. Her eyebrows had also completely grown out. When they were at the border, the light was dim, so he didn't look at her carefully. Now that he saw her fully grown eyebrows, they were like pink lotuses poking out of the vast expanse of green leaves. The petals were beautiful and delicate. He didn't deliberately look at her. He only looked at Yi Qian's eyes. Yi Qian, who had always been sensitive, faintly felt that Xianxia was looking at him, but he quickly looked away and didn't think too much about it. He politely shook his outstretched hand and smiled. "I saw your information in the car just now. Ambassador Qin, I look forward to working with you." "I look forward to working with you." Xianxia calmly retracted his hand and gracefully and naturally let it fall to his side. He could still feel her softness in his palm. It was dry, warm, and soft as if it was boneless. As a diplomat, it was a compulsory course to hide one's emotions. In his eyes, his expression was very natural, as if he was meeting an ordinary friend. He was polite but didn't lose his manners. It made people feel comfortable and at ease like they were bathing in the spring breeze. V8, who was standing beside Xianxia, secretly winked at Yi Qian. When Xianxia introduced him, V8 reached out his hand with a cold expression. He simply greeted Yi Qian when they shook hands and didn't say anything else. V8 was a special forces soldier, and Yi Qian was a military academy student whose identity needed to be kept secret. Naturally, the two of them couldn't know each other. "Go and change first. We'll wait for you downstairs." Xianxia handed the paper bag in his hand to Yi Qian. "You are all escorts, so you need to change your attire." She was wearing a slim-fit suit for the female staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. When Yi Qian went upstairs to change, the confidential staff who picked her up told Xianxia what she had asked with a smile and joked, "Ambassador Qin, you have to behave well. You can't let her misunderstand that you can't even take care of yourself." Xianxia rubbed his forehead with a helpless expression. Could it be that Yi Qian's impression of him was that he couldn't take care of himself? That's not good. I have to change that impression. So, after they got into the car, Xianxia smiled and said to Yi Qian, "I've been undergoing intensive training for the past 2 years. I don't recognize the way and get lost easily. Just like when I went to your school that year, I didn't get lost after walking around the back of the school." Yi Qian quickly realized why he said that. She suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. "I said something wrong. Please forgive me, Ambassador." "Xianxia. I'm Xianxia. You can call me by my name." Xianxia didn't like to be addressed as Ambassador. He smiled and said, "We've known each other for a few years. Although we haven't met many times, we're already acquaintances. There's no need to be so distant." Chapter 2270. If he wanted to get closer to her, he would have to start by calling her his name. Xianxia started to chat. "Last time, we went through hardships together. Yi Qian, I thought we were already familiar with each other." V8, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, lightly flicked his finger on his knee. "School? Last time? Could it be the time when Avalanche rescued him?" He did not guess wrong. Qing Miao and the ambassador knew each other, and they had known each other for a long time. It had been several years. The expressionless V8 glanced at the two people who were 1 seat away from each other through the rearview mirror. He even took a second glance at Yi Qian before retracting his gaze. Although they were familiar with each other, it was not as familiar as their relationship with Qing Miao. Yi Qian, who was lamenting in his heart, did not notice V8 sizing him up. A diplomat was a diplomat. He gently and elegantly put forward a request that no one could refuse. That's true. We have known each other for a few years. Although we haven't seen each other much, at least we are not strangers. Then I won't pay attention to the formalities. Xianxia, if I do anything wrong, please correct me. Yi Qian readily called out, Xianxia. He saw the young diplomat sitting next to him, who seemed to be carefully sculpted. His flawless handsome face rippled with an elegant smile like the spring breeze. Although we have only met a few times, but in my impression, you have always been reliable. You don't need other people's advice. Xianxia's smile was very faint, but very penetrating. You could see the spring breeze, but you could also see the sharpness of an arrow. This was the temperament of a diplomat. When communicating with friends, it was like the spring breeze. When competing with other countries, it was as sharp as an arrow. Looking at his elegant smile that was like a painting, Yi Jian's mind flashed with a sentence that she had heard from two girls in a hotel in her previous life. The words, take care of the facade, take care of the face. At this moment, Xianxia could be described perfectly. It's still better to call me by my name. Ambassador, ambassador, sounds unfamiliar to me. With an elegant smile, Xianxia took out her phone from her pocket, glanced at it, and said to Yi Qian, sorry, I have to take this. It was a call from home. When Yi Qian heard him call out, Mom, he took the initiative to increase the distance between the two of them. His whole body was pressed against the car door. Yi Qian looked towards the front passenger seat. Through the gap between the passenger seat and the door, he could see the V8 making a gesture to him, meaning, we can fight side by side again. Yi Qian, who couldn't open his mouth to answer, responded with a faint smile. His fingers lightly tapped the side of the car door 3 times, just enough for the V8 to hear. There was no verbal communication. A hand gesture and an action completed a short communication. Yes, I have some urgent business that requires me to go on a business trip for a few days. It's not a big deal. I'm not sure when I'll be back. Noticing Yi Qian's little movements, Xianxia put the phone to his left ear to answer the call. There was a faint but gentle smile on his face as he patiently answered Mrs. Qin. Mrs. Qin, who had just woken up, found out from the housekeeper that her son went out before dawn. Although this happened before, she remembered the appointment today and called to ask about it. When she found out that Xianxia was going on a business trip for a few days and didn't even have a fixed time to come back, Mrs. Qin helplessly said, You're too busy. You've only been back for a few days and you have to go out again before the house is even warm. I'll call your boss another day and ask him to arrange less work for you. Chapter 2271. Mrs. Qin's voice became a little higher as she spoke. Xianxia had no choice but to turn his body slightly and continue listening. Mrs. Qin said with a hint of anger, I'm so busy that I don't even have time to deal with my personal matters. Even my parents are complaining. We already had an appointment today. Look, I have to apologize again. After being reminded, Xianxia finally remembered that he had carelessly agreed to it last night. He didn't like this kind of arrangement, and this business trip was a good opportunity for him to get what he wanted. Hearing Mrs. Qin's complaints, Xianxia smiled and coaxed her, I'm sorry for making you worry. Please help me apologize for what happened today. It was too sudden, so I have to follow the arrangements. You didn't sleep well last night. I heard you open the door and go downstairs several times. It's still early, so you should sleep a little more to make up for it. Mrs. Qin, who had some complaints about her son's thoughtfulness, smiled and said, Okay. You know I'm worried. You should be more considerate in the future. I'll be thankful if you can solve my marriage quickly. Xianxia was only 27 years old this year, the same age as Xia Jinyuan and Li Jinyan. However, all the men in the Qin family got married and had children before the age of 30. Seeing that Xianxia was almost 30 years old, Mrs. Qin couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Xianxia said a few more words to Mrs. Qin before hanging up the phone. She looked sideways and saw Yi Qian holding a small silver-white phone. Her long and slender fingers were typing furiously. She didn't know who she was texting, but there was a gentle smile on her face. She was as delicate as a flower blooming by a stream. She was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Yi Qian was chatting with Xia Jinyuan. She had to put away her phone when she arrived at the airport. She had to inform Captain Xia first. Xia Jinyuan, who received the text, replied very seriously and reminded her, "Be careful. If there's anything urgent, you can contact J5 at any time." Although Commander-in-Chief Xia didn't tell him in detail, when J5 mentioned going to a neighboring country, Xia Jinyuan guessed that J5 and Yi Qian were on the same side. Seeing his reply, Yi Qian's cold eyes revealed a gentle smile. She replied with an "okay" and turned off her phone. They were already at the airport, so she had to hand in her phone. Xianxia's heart sank because of the tenderness in her eyes. Who was Yi Jian talking to just now? Classmate? It didn't seem like it. Family? Of course. He didn't seem like a classmate or a relative. Instead, he seemed like he was chatting with the person closest to him. Of such an outstanding girl. Yi. Maybe. He had been too careless and overconfident. Xianxia. Fortunately. I realized it. It's not too late. I realized it. Without asking who Yi Qian was talking to, Xianxia saw that her phone was turned off. He smiled and said, "Phones will only be handed in for safekeeping when we reach the border. Once you're there, tell your family that you're safe." He shook his phone and smiled helplessly. "I left home in a hurry. I didn't tell my parents. They're already here to ask what happened. You left in a hurry too. Remember to tell them that you're safe." Xianxia was indeed a very gentlemanly man. His meticulousness could be seen from the details. He was the kind of meticulous man who didn't bat an eyelid. With his reminder, Yi Qian knew that she wouldn't have to hand in her phone for the time being. She could also tell them that she was safe when she got off the plane. Chapter 2272. Before boarding the plane, Yi Qian sent a message to Xia Jinyuan that she had boarded the plane. Yi Qian left a note for the old man. She didn't want the old man to worry, so she planned to call home after the plane landed. It took nearly 4 hours to arrive from Beijing by plane. The plane had to take off at 8 in the morning, so Yi Qian and the others didn't arrive at the border until noon. She sent a message to Xia Jinyuan and called the old man. When she walked out of the special passageway, she handed her phone over. Yi Qian didn't feel nervous on the plane. When she handed her phone over and walked out of the special passageway, she saw several armed soldiers and the solemn deputy commander. Yi Qian's indifferent expression immediately changed. There was a sudden coup in the internal affairs. The old government forced the current ruling party to abdicate. The war has seriously threatened the lives and property of our citizens at the border. The deputy commander's voice was as cold as water as he explained the current situation to Xianxia. Our country has never interfered with the policies of other countries. This time, there was a coup in a neighboring country. Our country has always maintained our principle of not participating or interfering. This happened too suddenly. The mortars were obviously fired directly into our country. It wasn't an accident like what was later said. Yi Qian followed closely behind Xianxia and heard every word the deputy commander said. He also understood that Xianxia was risking his life to go to a neighboring country to negotiate with the ruling party and the security team. You can play your coup, but you can't let the war spread to our country. This meant that they had to sign an agreement. There was another problem in the neighboring country. It was a country with 135 ethnic groups. The local armed forces of the ethnic groups were quite large. Among them, the Liqin Independent Army and the Sansa United Army were the strongest. Now that there was a coup in the old government, the other ethnic groups naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. Xianxia was going to face 3 enemies in a neighboring country, so he had to be careful. V8, who was walking side by side with Yi Qian, heard the deputy commander mention the Liqin Independent Army. His eyes flashed with a dark light. This was an ethnic army that appeared in 1962. It was famous for its ferocity. It could be said that this independent army controlled the northern border of the neighboring country. Its foreign trade was mainly through jade smuggling and drug trafficking. In 1994, the neighboring government signed a peace treaty with Liqin, allowing the independent army to control Liqin. However, the matter wasn't completely resolved. A few members of the Liqin Independent Army and independent organization weren't satisfied, which was why the political situation in Liqin and the neighboring countries were still unstable. There will probably be an assassination attempt. V8 moved his lips lightly, and his low voice was only heard by Yi Qian alone. The Liqin government is unstable, and it has always been at odds with the other ethnic armed forces. They all want to work together to destroy the Liqin Independent Army. This time, the old government's political turmoil has given the other ethnic armed forces a chance. And it is indeed very dangerous for our country's ambassador to negotiate. As a military academy student, Yi Qian knew a little about the situation in neighboring countries, but he did not know as much as V8 and the others. Hearing this, he replied in a low voice, "That's why he has to go. For the sake of the border, he has to go. We have to let the armed forces of the neighboring countries know our attitude." "Okay, be careful." V8 nodded. The oppressive and solemn atmosphere became heavier as the sky darkened. After 3 hours of driving, the military vehicles sent by our country began to enter the border of the neighboring country. The deputy commander of the military shook hands with Xianxia, Yi Qian, and V8. He said to the three of them with a heavy gaze, "Thank you for your hard work. We will wait for your triumphant return." Chapter 2273. They might not be able to leave for the rest of their lives. As the deputy commander of the military shouted, "Salute," the soldiers behind the deputy commander saluted the three of them in unison. They were sending them off and also supporting them. They were telling the three people going to the neighboring countries that they were still behind them. Yi Qian and V8, who were standing beside Xianxia, raised their hands and saluted. The arranged car was already parked on the side of the road. A soldier opened the door for the three of them. Xianxia was the first to get in, followed by Yi Qian and then V8. Yi Qian recognized the driver as soon as he got in the car. He couldn't help but smile. It was another familiar comrade. V8 was also surprised to see K7 in the car. Didn't this kid return to the military a day earlier than him? Why did he come here without saying a word? K7 nodded slightly at the three people who got in the car and greeted Xianxia. However, K7 was a man of few words. Even if he did greet them, he only said, "Hello." The driver was K7. There were 3 Special Forces soldiers from the Snowfield Brigade in the car. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the back, looked a little gloomy. This was a dangerous negotiation. She already knew how dangerous it would be from the escort just now. With the addition of K7, Yi Qian raised the level of danger to another level. She turned around and saw the soldier who opened the car door. The soldiers from the same company were still saluting under the leadership of the deputy commander. Yi Qian held her breath and slowly exhaled. No matter how dangerous it was, she still had comrades to fight by her side. "Are you scared?" Xianxia's gentle voice came from the quiet car. It was very pleasant to the ears and made people want to listen to him more. Yi Qian sat up straight and smiled. "It's okay. There's nothing to be scared of right now. You're very brave." Xianxia nodded approvingly and talked about something that happened several years ago. "I was scared. 6 years ago, I went to a Western country with my teacher for a negotiation and encountered a suicide attack. I saw with my own eyes 2 soldiers of our country sacrifice themselves to protect us. Their blood spilled all over my body. Even now, I can still feel the heat of their blood." Speaking of the past, Xianxia's eyes became dark and gloomy. His eyes were filled with the bloody memory of the sacrifice of our soldiers. Actually, at that time, they had a chance to avoid it. One of our soldiers hugged the Western man who tried to commit suicide. Fearing that he would struggle, he carried him and rolled all the way to the ground. At that time, the soldiers of this country were also present, but they did not realize that danger was coming. They did not even realize why our soldiers suddenly hugged the man who was waving the small flag in his hand. I didn't realize it either. When I realized that there was danger, there was an explosion. The glass on the street was shattered by the impact of the bomb. My only reaction was to hear someone shout, "Get down." Then, one of our soldiers tackled me to the ground. He used his body to block all the shrapnel from me. My ears were shaken until I lost my hearing. I only felt a sticky liquid on my neck. It was the blood of the soldier who sacrificed himself to protect me. His carotid artery was directly cut by the shrapnel. Several pieces of shrapnel pierced his back. The deepest part was directly buried in his spine. After Jing finished speaking, the car fell into a long period of silence. K7 and V8 who were sitting in the front looked at each other. They knew about the past that Ambassador Qin mentioned because the two soldiers who sacrificed themselves were martyrs of the Snowfield Brigade. Chapter 2274. After a long silence, Xianxia sighed. If I had your calmness back then, I don't think that soldier would have sacrificed himself. To this day, I still don't know the name of the soldier who sacrificed himself to protect me, or which unit he was from. After listening to the heavy past, Yi Qian said softly, their duty is to protect their home and country. You don't have to blame yourself. That's why I said you're very good. You're 2 years younger than I was back then. You know the dangers ahead, but you can still face them calmly. Yi Qian, you're really good. Xianxia smiled and said to the 3 people in the car, I'm going to rest for a while. Wake me up if you need me to drive. No one would disturb his rest. Yi Qian, who was sitting in the car, could faintly smell the smoke of gunpowder in the night wind. He looked through the car window and saw the endless rolling mountains that connected the neighboring country and our country. The concave peaks between the mountains were like the giant mouth of a monster, quietly waiting for its prey to come into its mouth. Yi Qian gently tightened his grip on the pistol in his hand. His dark eyes looking into the distance were steady, sharp, and suffused with a cold light. No one spoke in the car. Xianxia closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the next negotiation. V8 sat in the front with a gun in each hand. He would shoot immediately if he noticed anything unusual. The roads in the neighboring country were not as good as in our country. The roads leading to the neighboring country were rugged and bumpy. As the car drove past, yellow dust rose. The negotiation was not public knowledge. It was a secret trip. Due to the unstable situation in the neighboring country due to the coup d'état, they did not directly arrange for a private plane to fly to the neighboring country for the negotiation. Instead, they sneaked in secretly. Even the governing body of the neighboring country, the old government, and the armed forces of the various ethnic groups did not know the specific itinerary of our ambassador. In terms of security and confidentiality, our country has always been known for its stringent security measures. The car drove along the road that extended into the neighboring country, but it was extremely stable. Next, it would enter the road that merchants from the 2 countries used for trade. The car would blend into the merchants' vehicles and drive through the 2 cities. It was estimated that they would arrive at the negotiation location around 2 in the morning. The negotiation would officially begin at 7 tomorrow. As the negotiation ambassador, Xianxia's safety had to be guaranteed. At the same time, he had to maintain a good mental state. No one woke him up. Even Yi Qian did not have a chance to drive. K7 and V8 took turns to drive. The night insects outside the car, night, and the night breeze. Under the dark night sky, the K7 drove the car with its headlights shining straight ahead, heading towards the first city they were about to reach. Because of the war, the neighboring cities were quiet at 10 o'clock in the evening. Only a few street lights were lit. The sentry posts in the market were shrouded in the darkness of the night. Only one light was on at the post, illuminating the tall and simple sentry post. This sentry post was not a sentry post between countries, but a sentry post set up by the local armed forces. Inside the sentry post, there were 2 sentries holding a rifle. Their bodies were leaning against the chair, and their heads were tilted to the butt of the rifle. They were snoring very soundly. Outside the sentry post, there were 4 armed local soldiers with guns on their backs, walking back and forth from time to time. Occasionally, they would yawn a few times, rub their eyes, and force themselves to complete the mission until midnight. Several shadows ran along the dark roadside, hunching their backs as they ran toward the sentry post. When they were about 200 meters away from the sentry post, a few black shadows hid in the bushes and communicated in the neighboring country's native language. A total of 6 people. Kill them all and drag them into the forest.